Hello everyone, welcome to JS Gigs and my name is Deepak. Here in this tutorial, we are going to be basically picking the NestJS application. That NestJS application is going to be working as the backend for our application, the UI application that we've been building all that while. So currently what you see on my screen is a diagram and the architecture of the application that we've been building all that while. So please understand, I'm going to be taking my mouse over, and if you look at here, the Amazon EC2 API database, particularly here, this side, you see that I've given NestJS and DynamoDB as the backend, right? And if you look at over here, you see that Amazon S3 and your Angular application is deployed in S3, and that's being rendered or being accessed by AWS CloudFront. So that's the architecture we've been building. So please understand that this is going to be a little different from your regular UI tutorial. I'm going to be basically building the NestJS based application, and that NestJS based application will work as a backend for the UI application that we have built in the previous tutorials, right? So now let me quickly take you to the UI code over here, and there are a few points that we will have to do, right? But before that, let me again take you back to the Chrome, and here the Chrome, I'm going to be listing down all the things that I'm going to be doing essentially. So if you look here, let me list out things for this particular tutorial. So I'm going to be making hello component that second. So firstly, I'm going to be making a hello component, right? So this hello component is going to be a regular UI Angular component, and the idea behind writing this component is to basically, whenever your application is redirected from your cloud provider to the UI, and you may have seen that it also gives you the code in the last tutorial. So this code, the UI application and the component must read and make an API call in order to receive the JWT. So next I'm going to be making is NestJS app. And third thing we're going to be making is, this is also going to be the backend app. Third thing I'm going to be doing is basically set up our cloud in AWS to take care of the redirect. And once you redirect happens in your UI code, we are also going to be writing one particular API which will basically reads your code or gets the code from the UI and renders or sends back the JWT token. JWT token to the UI, right? Now we have done this bit, and then the next thing we're going to be doing is to basically do a demo of whatever that we do over here, right? So now let me put this here and broaden this up a little bit, and I hope it should be clear for all of you. Let me correct the spelling over here first, right? All right, so please understand, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a little lengthy tutorial. And why it is going to be lengthy? Because I want to cover all of these aspects in just one tutorial so that you don't really have to fiddle with multiple videos online. This is a very essential part, and this is something that in case if you're building a production grade application, you would have to anyway use, right? So without further ado, or without wasting much of our time, I'll take you back to the code, and let me start by creating a hello component. So I'll write it down here, and you notice that it has come over here. So this hello component is going to be just a placeholder. So I don't think so you need any component over here. So here what I'm going to do is, like, I'm just going to be writing the code for the hello component. The idea behind writing the hello component code is to basically read the code that appears at the redirect, which is also at the URL, which is the browser URL precisely, and that URL must contain the code, and this happens during the redirection logic, right? So once the redirection happens, what I'm going to do is, like, I'm just going to be reading that particular code, and I'm also going to be making an API call so that we could read the JWT and other important details from the AWS Cognito, right? So how do I do that? So it's going to be fairly simple. So I'm going to be writing Firstly, I'm going to be writing, in order to have the ng on in it, I'll have to write it down here. I'm also going to be making a constructor for this particular class, right? And here the constructor, I'm going to be basically going to be making a shared service that I've not really made so far. So now let me just create the shared service here. So where I'm going to keep it is somewhere here. And let me write it down quickly. This shared service task is to basically render or provide the backend functionality such that an interface to the backend, and it's going to be an injectable. So let me just put it right here. Let me write it down very quickly. HTTP client. So we're done with this. Now I'm going to be importing the injectable. Now let me write down, and I'm going to be putting this inside the root. And after this, I'm going to be creating a class, right? So this is an auto selection, so I don't really think I need that. And let me correct this bit very quickly. And let me write the method. So firstly is the login. Initially, I'm just going to be making them void. Let me make for logout. Next, I'm going to be making it for process auth code. So process auth code is a code that the process auth code method essentially would going to be accepting the code which appears at the redirect from your UI application. So this code, I'm going to be accepting it here. It's essentially going to be a string. So let me mark as string. And this process code will be then written, or this particular process code will be then sent to the backend in order to return the, I'll put it like this, right? And then what I'm going to do is, like, I'll just quickly put the path. So it's going to be auth, let's say token. I'm going to be creating the backend in a moment, but let me just finish the UI bit very quickly, and then that's what we are going to be putting it. So immediately, I'm not really going to be making any call to process the auth code. This is something which we still have to write, and all that while on the previous tutorials we had seen it in the Node.js application. This time we are going to be writing basically the NestJS based application to have this auth code processed, right? So let me just put it this way, and let me write it down. All right, so I think we have written the service also pretty well. So now let me import the service right here. So add import shared service, and then the shared service instance is what we are going to be making use in the ng on init method, right? So in order to have this in the ng on init method, let me just open, right? So firstly, what I'm going to do, the idea here is that whenever a code is received, it is basically then saved inside of your session storage, right? So let's say if a session storage is not available, and if your application is reloaded, all right, after the authentication, what we really need is that it must not really ask for the authentication again, and what it should do instead is that read the token from the session storage and let the application continue without having to relog in, right? So let me write down that piece of logic very quickly. Let me write down an if. So in this, what I'm going to do is, like, I'm just going to be reading the session storage, and the token I'm going to be storing as auth token. In case if the auth token is present, then I want this to go home or dashboard, and this particular function I'll have to write down in the below. So what it essentially does is that it is going to be redirecting your application from home component to the dashboard component. So in that case, I'm going to be making it like this. Let me import the router as well very quickly in the top. So router is nothing but, rather I would need two more dependencies to be injected here. So one is the activated route, the other one is a router, right? So let's import that from the Angular router, and I think we have pretty much sorted. So if the session storage has the auth token item, the idea here is that it will send the user to the dashboard without having to do anything, right? So let's just save this. Let's say if we don't find anything in the session storage stored as auth tokens, in that case, what really should happen is that it should firstly must read the query parameter. So as you can see that I've been using Amazon Q. So Amazon Q is just like a co-pilot. It's just that it is from the Amazon, and that's what it is giving me a suggestion over here. As you can see that it is slightly not highlighted, and the code which I've written is highlighted in the blue, right? So let me just write this logic very quickly over here. So what it does that it is, I'm going to be basically reading the URL, and from that URL I'm going to be picking up the code, and that code will be sent then to the backend in order to receive the JWT token. So let me write down the code very quickly for this. Let me review if this is right. I don't think so. I need this. This is what we are going to be reading, and then this is the one that needs to be having code, and it's of type string, and I think we also need to subscribe to this. All right, so now I'm going to be writing this. So let's say if the response is successful, the next will be called, and then this next will then have the access token that I'll store in the session storage, and I'm going to be redirecting it to the dashboard immediately after, right? So this is pretty much done. Let's say in case if the response code is not received, so in such cases what I'm going to do is like shared service login, and this is nothing but, let me put it here, and I'm going to be doing this window dot location dot right. Now let me go back to the hello component, and here in the hello component I think we are pretty much done. And in case if there is an error, let me write down the error condition as well. Just going to be reporting it here. So I think I'm pretty much done. Let's just save this. All right, so we have now written the hello component, and we've also written the auth service, and now I'm going to be creating a proxy file, right? proxy.conf.json. In this particular proxy file, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be putting the logic, and the logic would go such that, let's say in case if auth and token is found, I want my target to go to the local host 4000 and secure is false, right? So let me write it down this. I think we are pretty much done here as well. Now I'm going to be making some change in the package JSON, and in case of a start, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be starting it with the proxy. So let me put that command very quickly over here. So start, right? And I think I'll have to restart the application. The application has started, and I think we are pretty much done. All right, so we have now essentially stopped the backend server, right? And now it's task for it is up for us to create a NestJS based application, right? So what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly copy the path and go there. Here I'm going to be making one particular application which is going to be for the backend, and in order to create that application I'm going to be running a few NestJS commands. So let me quickly write down those as well. All right, so let me start by creating an application, and that application will be created with the command nest new, and let's say the application name that I'm going to be building is select the default option. Let the installation process go on for a minute, and then I'll resume once this is installed. All right, so it looks like some error here. So let me let me see if the application got created. Yes, it is. Let me run the command. Let me do the npm install very quickly. Yep, so this is installed. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be installing a few dependencies. So let me just put those dependencies right here. I'm essentially going to be installing the config, OpenID client, Express session, and I don't think so I need Express session. I'm going to be installing the config and OpenID client. Let me put this down here. We run it with sudo. Let me clear out everything. All right. So now I think we have the basic application available with us. Next, what we're going to do is installing and creating the codes, right? So I'll quickly give you an overview of a NestJS based application. Please understand that NestJS is pretty much similar to how you write your Angular application. It's just that NestJS is a backend framework, right? So whenever you write a UI, whenever you create a UI application in Angular, what really happens is that you create multiple components, you create multiple modules. So all that basic structure remains similar to what we had in Angular. It's just that it provides a few additional features that are required for your backend application to work. So those are all inbuilt. And NestJS is nothing but is a framework which is written on top of an Express.js, right? So whatever Express.js application is, it's just that NestJS provide a little bit of more modularization in order to get this created, right? So we are going to be creating few files here, and we are also going to be making some of the code change here to basically support how your application should work. But before that, I'm just going to be opening the main.ts, which is also going to be the starting point of your application. So I'm going to be making it as run on 4000. Right, and then I'm going to be starting this application, and then we'll see how it goes, right? So we are pretty much done up till this point. All right, so I'll give you quickly an overview of all of these files. So basically it starts from the main.js, as you can see over here, and I've made it as a port 4000. So it's essentially going to be starting at port 4000, and then after it starts at port 4000, it has a few services and a modules and a controller given in it, right? So let me first of all start this, right? So npm run start and wait for a minute, and there you go. So now what I'm going to do is I'll just take you to the Chrome browser, and there we will try to localhost 4000 and just try to see what happens. So there you go. You can see that this was a get call, and it is available on the controller.js. So let me expand this a little bit so that you all can see what's written over here. So let me take you back to the code, and there if you see, it says that hello world is written here, and the hello world is essentially being returned by the app service get hello, right? So hello world nest. Let me save this very quick and put some exclamation mark. Let me restart the application. I'll take you to the browser then, and take you to the Chrome browser. There, the Chrome browser, I'll just quickly do a refresh, and there you go. You can see that the basic endpoint has started to work in our NestJS application, and I've also given you a quick overview of how NestJS application really works. So essentially it starts from main.js, which is right over here, and then after that it has a service which is basically written in order to just do the basic work or mundane work. And in case of a module, it's basically, if you look at the structure of this NestJS application, you would find that it is something similar to what we used to have in Angular, right? So this module is something similar to the module that you have in UI application. It's just that it is written for the backend application, right? So you have a controller over here, you have a service, and also understand that this works on MVC architecture, right? So model, view, and controller, and that's what essentially we are going to be following when we do further development in this case. So let me quickly save this. All right, so I think we are pretty much sorted for the basics of it, right? The next thing that I'm going to be talking about is the config. But before I talk about config, let me take you back to the NestJS documentation there at the browser. And there I'll show you what config is all about, right? So look at the documentation, and here are the documentation. Let me quickly search about the config. Sharing configuration, right? So let's just look at this. And let me copy this. All right, so here are the documentation. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to be talking about a particular package, which is the config, right? So how does config really work, right? And why it is important, because we are going to be, right? So what happens is that NestJS application is designed in a manner in which you can actually share the configuration, right? So how does NestJS config package really work? So if you come here, you would notice that let's say there are a few primitives, or let's say there are a few constants that application has to share across the modules, right? So now you now know that the configuration or the NestJS application is scattered across multiple modules, and each module or the entire application essentially follows the MVC architecture. In case of a model view controller, we have modules, we have controller, we have also seen the service, right? We also seen that the NestJS application essentially starts from main.ts file, where we have written the port number to essentially see where to essentially dictate that what port that application must run on. So there are a few constants that one has to share across the module, and these constants are also known as the constant shared across the application. So these constants are essentially written using NestJS config module. The NestJS config module essentially entails your NestJS application to share this value across the modules, and also you will have to define that in a particular .env file. So right, so we are going to be making .env file, and the documentation of the same can be found over here. So all you need to do is just write down this and default settings, right? So npm install, well, it's talking about the schema. So let me configuration namespace using config service, right? So it essentially needs to have the config module, and that's what we are going to be importing. And once you have the config module, you can actually import config service in your controller or in your service. This config service is essentially going to be defining or picking up values from .env file, right? So all of it is given over here. All you need to do is just open this particular documentation and read about it, right? So now what I'm going to do, right, essentially is that I'm going to be making .env file in order to have the primitives, or in order to have the constants for my AWS stored, right? So detail of it you can come and see here, but then we'll quickly go to the module and we'll start writing how we can make .env file and share it across modules, right? So let me quickly take you back to the code, and here at the code, what I'm going to do is I'll just close down everything, because I don't think so I need that immediately, and I'm going to be making a .env file, right? So this env file is something which is dictated by the config module, and this is something where your config service comes into play, right? The config service is essentially going to be sharing this similar file across the application, right? So let me quickly write down these. All right, so now what I've done is I've copy pasted these configuration which I already had handy with me. So what are the configuration that we need? We essentially need a user pool domain, and we need a user pool ID, we need the client ID, we need the client secret, and we also need a region and callback URL. So this callback URL is nothing but the URL essentially that we have built in our application just a moment ago, which was in the UI application essentially. So this is where the redirect logic would come into play. Currently it is being redirected to the dashboard, and later on it's going to be redirecting it to the hello component. Right, so let me save this information right here. Now what I'm going to do is I'll just quickly take you to the Chrome, and here in the Chrome I'm going to be opening AWS console. So if you come here, please understand, ladies and gentlemen, so that I'm sharing my actual console with you people, right? So please don't try to do smart things with it and try to hack it. I'm going to be deleting all of my user pool and identity pool the moment I release this particular tutorial, right? So even if you try to hack this, it's not really going to be working for you essentially, right? So let me click on it and let me open the app client. Here at the app client, you have the app client name given over there, and here is the Node.js, and let's just copy all of these information, right? So here you have the client ID. Let me copy this and take it to the code, and what I need is the client ID. Let me put that here. Next, I'm going to be putting the client secrets. Let me copy that as well. So here on the page, you have a client secret that you can copy from here, right? Let me put that in the code, and now we have a region. So let me see what region we are part of. So here, if you come, you see that the region is Asia Pacific Mumbai, right? So Asia Pacific Mumbai is something which is also covered using AP South, AP-South-1. So let me copy this and go back to the code, and there the code, and let me put this right here. And I'm also going to be needing the Cognito user pool ID, which is given over here. So let me quickly take you back to the Chrome browser and show you where the pool ID resides. So if you come here, you have a user pool, you have a user pool ID over here. So let me copy this and put this back here at the env file. Right, so I've copied all of it. Now we have written the Cognito region, the client secret, the client ID, Cognito user pool ID, and all these details are saved over here, right? So let me just quickly save them. Next, what I'm going to do is, like, I'm just going to be writing an auth module, right? So auth module is essentially going to be having a controller, right? So that controller and module, and it is also going to be having a service in it, right? So let me quickly start by creating a particular module over here. And then first of all, I'll create a folder and I'll name it as auth. Here inside the auth, I'm going to be making a few files, right? So what are those files? Firstly, I'm going to be making the auth controller. So let me create this. Next, I'm going to be creating auth module. Next, I'm going to be making the auth service. I'll have to make an extension with .ts. Let me put right here. I think we are sorted. Let me close this. Controller module service, right? So we have made all these three files. Now I'm going to be starting it with the controller, and then we'll gradually cover the service part. So in case of an auth controller, what it does is that I'm going to be basically making an endpoint, right? So how do you make endpoint? Let me just quickly do the import. So I'm going to be having a two import, right? So first is the controller get put post, all these HTTP methods which are basically being imported from the NestJS common. Next, I'm going to be importing the response, which is basically being done from the Express. Right after this, I'm going to be writing a controller and auth. Please note that the moment you define the controller over here, what it essentially does is that it tells you, or it basically prepend this against your path of the API, right? So let me accept the information from the Amazon queue. Now I don't think so I need this, but let me remove this, and I don't really need a login as a post. What I need is a get, right? Or let me write correct case get. Please note that all these annotations, they look much similar to what you have been seeing all that while in Angular. So it is essentially important for Angular developers to understand this, because it is easier for Angular developers to code in the NestJS, because a lot of it you would find similar, right? But before that, let me also import the auth service, right? So I'm going to be making it as private, and it's going to be read only. And then I'm going to be importing it. So it's going to be auth. Let me import this here. Please note that I have not really made the auth service just yet. I'm just going to be putting an import here, and I'm going to be designing the auth service in a moment. Right, so until then, this red sigly will be appearing over here, right? All right, so I've done this, and this is a get. And I don't think so I need all of these. All I need is just the response. So let me remove everything over here, because we are not really going to be importing or putting the username and password. We are going to be redirecting. We are going to be redirected here from the UI app and from the backend app, right? So let me quickly write this. So I'm going to be putting the login URL. All right, so please understand that this login URL is also something which we are going to be reading from the auth service, right? So this is going to be, as we have defined it, async. So it's essentially going to be an await. So this auth service, we are going to be making this particular function wherein we will return the auth URL. But just for now, it's going to be a dummy endpoint for now. It's just going to be a dummy function as of now. Just wait for a moment until I finish this controller, and then immediately I'll go to the service and I'll try to make all of these functions available there, right? So next I'm going to be making the post. What is the post? Essentially, post is going to be token. That's something which we have defined there. And inside the post, I'm going to be making this as an async function. Let me define this, accept this. I'm going to be making some changes over here. So all I need is just the body, and body is going to be having a code, right? So I don't think so I need that response. So let me remove this. Please note, I've been using Amazon Q for my development lately, especially ever since I started working on AWS here for YouTube tutorials. But then otherwise for my personal work, I use Copilot, and I also use Cursor. That's something which is there on my cards, and that's something I'm going to be covering in future. But for now, let's just focus on these, right? So let's do this. All right, so if you don't have, all right, so unauthorized exception, and I'm also going to be sending some text. It is essentially in case if the code is empty, and that's when it is going to be basically returning this, right? So let me put this exchange token, right? And this exchange token method, and I'm going to be, I don't think so I need this essentially. All I need is the body and then the code inside it. Let me put this code, right? And then I'm going to be returning a token. So I don't think so I need this either, right? So let me try this and put this in a try catch block. Please understand that this try catch is something which is also available in TypeScript and JavaScript, and I believe that all of you would be aware. In case if you're not, please do write in the comment section below. I'll try to cover them in a separate tutorial, or wherein I could also write, or I could also create a tutorial to cover basics of NestJS and TypeScript, right? But then you will have to basically write down in the comment section below. Now let me put the const, and I'm going to be reading it token token, and this is gonna be from auth service. I think auth service, for this purpose I'm going to be making a function called handle callback, right? So handle callback is essentially handling the callback in case of an auth service where the code is returned to the post API here on the auth controller, and that's what we are going to be making use of, and that's why I'm going to be defining this as handle callback function over here. And next what I'm going to do is, like, I'm also going to be having the user info, and this user info is going to be auth service dot validate token, or I'm going to be having a null being passed here, user info, right? So once this is done, I'm going to be returning the same, and this is going to be in plain object. Inside of it, I'm going to be having a token. So this token is going to be having the access token, ID token, and refresh token. And that's something which which is being used in the UI, and UI will make use of all of these 3 tokens in different various scenarios. So tokens, let me put it this way, right, and make it plural. I think we are done here, and then the next thing what I need is the user info. Right, so I think we're done here. In case of in catch, I think authorized token, I think we are right up until now. And also here in the login, I think I'll have to return the login. Right, so how you can basically access these APIs is going to be from, let me just write it down this. So it's going to be the domain name, and then it's going to be the auth and then login, right? And similarly, if you come over here in case of a token API, so it's going to be like this, right? Essentially, it's going to be starting from the auth, right? So I think we are pretty much done with the controller. Now, next, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be creating a service over here. In this service, I'm going to be making all the code which is required for your service to work, right? So let me quickly define first of all and import all these important things from NestJS. Let me put it like this. I think OpenID client. Next, what I'm going to do is like I'm also going to be making it injectable. And let me put it below like this, and then export auth service. You define it like this. It's going to be a class, right? Inside of it, essentially, I'm going to be having a Cognito client defined, which is also going to be of type client, right? So it's over here. All right, so it looked like there was some error with the OpenID client, the version that we had installed. So I've corrected all of this. So in fact, I've corrected all my packages, and now what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to be writing basically the auth service and all the method that we have defined in auth controller. So let me open them side by side here. And then the first is get Cognito login URL. So let me just put this right here. Sometimes this autocorrect is really bad. It just puts in some of the random methods that I've never written or never heard of. So please excuse me for this. All right, so the next I'm going to be doing is going to define all of these. And let me put this here. Handle callback is going to be accepting the code, which is the type string, and auth service validation token. I think this is a method as well. Let me put this method right here. I think we are sorted. Let me try to start the application now. Yep. So the application has started. All right. So now what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be defining these methods. All that while I've only defined them over here. I've not really written inside of these. So now I'm going to be defining these, right? So before that, let me put a constructor as well. And here at the constructor, please understand that this config service is not something that we are going to be defining. The config service basically comes from the NestJS config, and that's something we briefly discussed while starting the tutorial, in which I defined the .env file, and this config service is essentially going to be reading that, right? So let me save this. next, what I'm going to do is like, I'm just going to be defining the get Cognito client. So I'm going to be defining get Cognito login URL. In order to define this, I need to define a few other things, right? So let me define the method, which is going to be private, and this method is essentially going to be returning the Cognito client. The Cognito client is the method. In this method, I'm going to be reading the config service in order to read the configuration, which is defined in .env file. And this service and this particular configuration is something which will be used in this particular service to render the JWT token, or to read the JWT token, or do other things, right? So let me define all of these. So in case if the Cognito client is present, what I want is that I want this to be returned. Let me define that very quickly here. Next, I'm going to be defining region. Get, and this get is going to be of type string. It's going to be returning the string, and the property which I need for region is called auth.cognito region. I think I can define it like this. Let me save this. Similarly, I'm going to be defining the user pool, and in case of a user pool, all I need is the Cognito user pool domain. So let me define that here. Next, I'm going to be defining the client ID. The client ID is again something which I'm going to be reading from the config file. Next, I'm going to be defining the callback URL. The callback URL is something that we had also defined in the environment. So let me define this. Next, I'm going to be doing the client secret. So let me put this right here. And the last is the user pool ID, and that's something which we have already defined in. So let me put this as well. Now, what I want is like, let's assume that in case if the region, user pool, domain, client ID, or callback URL, or user pool ID is not available, I don't think so that it makes any sense to go further. So what I really want is that in case if, so what I want to do is like, I'm just going to be putting a check, in which case I'm going to be checking if the region, user pool domain, client ID, callback URL, and user pool ID is defined. In case if not, then it's going to be throwing an arrow. And next, I'm going to be reading the Cognito issuer. So please understand, the Cognito issuer is something which is being read from the AWS. I think we need to define this as private async. And now we can put the await over here, right? So issuer is essentially being taken from the OpenID client, and this issuer has a method which called discover. This particular Cognito issuer is basically the URL of your issuer of this particular Cognito service. So it is derived like this: cognito-idp dot region. The region is something that we have already read in the line number 18, and then it ends with user pool ID, right? So that's how we define it. So let me define all of this, save this. Next, what I'm going to do is like, I'm just going to be defining the Cognito client. So in case of a Cognito client, let me put the code right here. So it's going to be part of the Cognito issuer, and then inside the Cognito issuer, we have a class called client. And that's where we need all of this, right? So let me put this and accept this particular suggestion. Once this is done, I'm going to be returning the Cognito client. Right, so this particular Cognito client is something which will be used in other methods in a moment. So I've just defined them first, and now I'm going to be moving to the Cognito login URL, right? So in order to receive the Cognito login URL, what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to be reading the client. Let me put this. Once I've defined this, next I'm going to be doing is const and then callback URL. And this is also something which will come from the Cognito service. So let me copy this right here. Define both of these. Now what I need is that I just need to return this. Let me accept this, other than the fact that I need phone, not that. So scope is going to be OpenID, email, and phone. Response type is also something that we need to define. All right. So it looks like something is wrong here. So define scope, response type, redirect URI. I think it is correct. Oh yeah. So this is problem because I've defined as any. So let me put this here. It's going to be returning a promise with type async, and also I'm going to be defining that as this, because I've defined the await, and similarly here. Yep. So now you can see that the Cognito login URL is also available to be rendered from here. Now the next function, I'm going to be defining the handle callback, and let me make this async first and then come here, and I'm going to be defining the client first. I have the callback URL as well. I don't think so I need all of this, so let me write down, let me remove these, or rather all of these. Actually, that's a problem of using the AI code editor and also the AI helper. So it's sometimes when you accept it, some suggestions are good and sometimes you have to correct them, right? So it is not something that you can use blindly and trust them as is. You will have to do your own set of things as well, right? So let me write down this callback URL. If the callback URL is not available, I want an error to be thrown, and the error must read like this: missing callback URL configuration. So you'll have to define the callback configuration in case if it's not available. Next set of code I'm going to be writing in try and catch. So let me put this and define catch as well. So there I'm going to be returning a promise callback, and this is going to be having three properties in it. First is the callback URL, the other is the code, the next is the code verifier, right? And in case if error occurs, so error must be captured here. Let me define this, and here I'm going to be writing it down in the console and also going to be throwing an exception. I think we are sorted up until now. The next and the last method that we need to define is the validate token, right? So let me define this as well. Let me define this first as an async, and here I'm going to be reading the client first, something that I've defined in the first line already, right? So next I'm going to be putting a try catch block. And here I'm going to be returning this token, and this token is something which we will read from the input parameter, and this token is of type string, right? So I think we have written this as well properly. It doesn't look like any error inside this class. So let me come here, and here I'll have to pass the token, right? So in order to pass the token, what I need is just the access token, because we are only going to be defining the access token. So it's going to be tokens dot access tokens. Save this, and I think we are good. So now we have defined all the authorization related stuff here, and now we are going to be defining a configuration, right? In order to define the configuration, what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to be putting a config folder. Inside of that, I'm going to be creating one file which is with the name auth.config.ts. Inside this, essentially, I'm just going to be importing or sending the mapping, and here I don't think so I need this. I need this 4000 auth callback, right? So I think I'm done here as well. So let me close this, close all of these files once again. Let me see if everything is fine. Let me cross check. South1, this is right, the client ID is correct as well. It's time for you to also look at your codes. Please understand, ladies and gentlemen, that by the time you see this tutorial, I would have removed this application altogether from my Cognito, right? So in case if you're trying to copy this or trying to hack into my AWS account, it's going to be futile effort. So please don't get into all of this. I would rather suggest you to use your energies for the more practical and useful things. Don't try to hack my AWS account, and because anyway, you will not be able to, because I would have deleted them by the time you see this tutorial, right? So let me just save this right here. And I think I'm pretty much sorted. All I need to do next is that put that module inside of my main module, right? Just like we do in case of an Angular module. So if you come over here, in the case of app module, you have config for root. Right. So I need to define the config module first, and this config module is nothing but the same configuration module that through which we have defined all of that env file and config service. So let me put the code right here, and let me import the config module from the AWS config. Let me save this. Now time for me to get the auth config, and in case of auth config, something that I've defined inside the config folder over here. So let me put that here. Now time for me to import the auth module as well. So I'm going to be doing that. Right. I think I've not defined the module just yet. Yep, it looks empty. So let me summarize my controller services and everything over here. So I'm going to do is like I just quickly put the code right here. So config module for feature auth config passport module register session true. And I think this is pretty much done. Kill the port and kill the application that we have been building all that while, and I'll try to restart this and see that how it really works. Okay. So it looks like we are able to do all of this. Controller, I think we are pretty much sorted. Now next what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be going to the UI app of mine, and in the UI app, whatever code change that we have built in case of an hello component, and that's what we're going to be seeing now, right? Go to dashboard and things like that. Let's see if that works, right? So let me save this and take you back to the Chrome, and here the Chrome, you can see my AWS console. There's another thing that I want to bring your attention to, which is on this particular thing. And if you come here in the login pages, please understand that these allowed callback URL is something that you will have to define whenever you're deploying this application or whenever you're fiddling with your AWS Cognito. If you don't define that, you really get an error, which would read something like the redirect URL mismatch or error, something similar to that, right? So let me close this and let me put my local host. Here is the application. Let me close this also. Here in the console, select this. There you have a login. Let's see if that works. There you go. So let me try to create another one. actually I already have an account created, right? So let me do a sign in. Next. And there you go. URL segment hello. So now you see that you don't really have the code written over here. And let me come here and see if the correct code was made. I think there is some error. Let me read the console once again. The chart related stuff. Okay, let me go back to the UI code and see if there's anything wrong with it. I think the problem we had earlier was that the provide HTTP client was not really available. So that's why this error arrived. And let's see if our UI application works after this. So I'm going to be taking you back to the Chrome. And let me refresh this bit right here. Clean everything. And let's click on the login once again. And there you go. So now you can see that it's being redirected to the NestJS application, the get part precisely, but there's no console error over here, right? So in order to fix this, what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to be taking you back to the code, and here the code I'm going to do is I'm just going to be defining the root and also looking at the redirect properly, right? So let me come here. All right, so the first thing that we need to do is that it has to basically take you here, auth login HTML or auth login, and then here in this case what we really need is not the rest.code rather, right? And that's something we'll have to change. Rest.params.code. And here I think I'll have to make another adjustment, which is rest.params.code. Let me save this. There is another error. I think we don't really have to define process auth code like this because we are going to be subscribing that inside of a function. So let me put it this way. All right. So what I'm going to do next is that I think this should be good. Now here, I think the response may look slightly different. Besides that, I've given the rest instead of API response. Let me copy this here. I'm sorry for the typo. It's right here correctly, and there you go. Right, go to dashboard, put this indented properly, and also let me restart the server. Okay, so the server has started, and let me quickly take you to the Chrome browser where our application is currently running, and we will try to run the same over there, right? So let's just, here's the Chrome, and you have a login button over here. So we click on login. Since it was already logged in, so that's the reason why it hasn't really come over here. So let me come here. The session storage at this moment is empty, and we'll try to see why it is so, and also going to be showing you something interesting. So let me put it this way, and I think the login works pretty well since the token is already there with that particular auth code, and that's which is being returned currently, and that's why you don't really see all of this. So if you come here, you have the token API call being made, and inside of it you have access token, ID token, refresh token. And if you look at the sources over here, so what we've done is that API response dot access token, rather we need to put API token dot access token, right? So let me make this change right here and take it to the code, session storage API access token dot access token. All right, so let me just save this and take you back to the Chrome browser. And here the Chrome browser, let me look at if, yep, so it looks empty, and let's see if that works. There you go. So now you can see that in our session storage, we can see auth token and refresh token, and then we can actually store the user information as well, but then I don't think so we need it. So here is the token, refresh token, ID token, access token, and you have the user information, right? So this is about creating an NestJS application and integrating it with your Cognito, and currently all of it is running in my local system. We will put that all in the AWS cloud in a short while, but then I think this is good for now. And now let us just define the saved, the authenticated route, and we will move to deploying it, right? So let me define the authenticated route. So before that, let me again take you back to the code, and I think we have made a significant progress. Let me close down everything, and our application, the UI application, is running without any console error, and so is our NestJS application. And let's just define the authenticated route and how to access those. All right, so now in this tutorial, what we're going to do is we are going to be defining an authorization route, and that auth route essentially means that in case if the user is trying to access a particular route which is behind the authorization, and in case if a user doesn't really send a valid bearer token, the request would return 401, which is unauthorized, and then UI will have to take care of the unauthorized code flow, right? But before that, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to be defining the Nest API, which precisely handles how to define the UI, how to define this particular case. So in that case, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to be writing. Okay, so now firstly we are going to be defining a particular authorization. We are going to be defining an auth guard, and that auth guard will be placed. All right, so before that, we are going to be basically defining an auth guard, and that auth guard must be placed with the URL that we are trying to access or leave an authenticated, right? So before that, what I'm going to do next is I'll just open my controller, and here you have the hello controller, and here you have the controller where you are accessing the login and a token. So now let me come over here and let's say get. All right, so this particular API, the next which we're going to be building is going to be in accordance with the UI that we have built so far, right? So let me take you to the Chrome first of all. So here in the Chrome, you will notice that we are trying to basically get the details of user, and this market share and area chart is essentially the same. It is the hard-coded data, right? So let me just refresh this bit right here, and let me read all of this. So if you come here, I'm going to be making some call with the fetch. I think it's not defined here. Let me take you to the code once again, and here the code. Let me open the UI app, and here the UI app. What I'm going to do is I'll just open the dashboard, and inside the dashboard, primary, there you go. So assume that this is the data which we need to receive from the API, right? So how do we do that? So in order to receive this particular data from the API, we are going to be displaying that, or we are going to be putting this behind the guard. And this particular auth guard over here is essentially going to be emitting the same data. And this data, currently I'm hard coding, but then in a moment from now, I'm going to be basically also including the DynamoDB, and that DB will be then used to read the data from the DynamoDB, and that's what we would render in this particular URL, right? Or in this particular API call. So I'm going to be making an get API call. So let me define get, and then let's say chart data, just like here. Charts data, and then we're going to be defining just the way it is, which is a function, and that function is going to be async get charts data, and this particular return will have the data that we have copied from the charts component. So let me copy this again, put it here, and there you go. So it's going to be basically returning an object. This object will have the data required for the chart, right? So that's what we're going to be returning. But there is a change that we'll have to make. So in order to access the charts data, we also need to put this behind the authorization, right? So in that case, what I'm going to do is like, I'll just put this behind the auth guard, and that auth guard is something we are yet to build. But in order to use the auth guard, we need to use a function called use guards. So let me put this use guards and auth guard. And auth guard we have not really defined, so let me define the auth guard here. Auth guard TS, and what I'm going to do is like, I'll put this auth guard related logic right here. So firstly, I'm going to be importing the auth service and injectable and other imports which are required for this auth guard to work properly. Next, I'm going to be defining this injectable, and then I'm going to be exporting it as a class. Right, please understand that in case if you're building an auth guard, it needs to implement can activate. Right, this can activate is something which is part of the NestJS common, and once you're implementing the can activate, you will have to actually override some of the method, which is in this case going to be can activate method, right? So if you look here, so what it does is that it tells you the context, right? And after the context, you also need to define or get the request by switching to HTTP. Please understand that this code is being emitted by the Amazon queue, right? And then I'm just going to be explaining this. So if you have not really started using any of the code, AI code editor, I would definitely recommend you to start using one of those. So let me make it like this, right? An authorization. So it's going to be token, and if the token is not present, then I want to return with the unauthorized exception, no token provided. Next, what I'm going to do is like, I'm just going to be reading the bearer token and the token itself, right? So let me put a const over here. This has to be auth header. Let me put the auth header here, and this is going to be token, and in the token I'm going to be putting the auth header, right? So I've taken from the auth header the bearer and the token itself, which is essentially split by a space, and that's why I've decided and I've designed it like this. Next, I'm going to be checking if the bearer doesn't sound like a bearer and the token is not present. I again want to throw an arrow, and that arrow would be again the unauthorized arrow. So let me do it like this, right? And in the next try, I'm going to be putting the await validate token, and let me just include that in a const. I think it has written the code correctly, just that I want to read this as a const, and I'll do it like this. Now in the user info, put request. Yep, we have the request. So let me put it like this. Request dot user equals to user info, and I'm going to be returning true. In case of a catch, again I'm going to be saying the invalid token. So this is the auth guard which we have built precisely, and the same auth guard is being used over here. So let me import this right here very quickly. So import, right, and I think we are pretty much sorted. So what would happen in case if a UI application tries to access the token and it is not there, it is going to be returning the 401. And let's see that in action very quickly, right? So let me close this and close all of these files very quickly. And now I'm going to be taking you to the UI application, and here the UI application, the charts component precisely. So let me make a call over here. Let me implement not really going to be focusing the types very quickly. And then what I need is the constructor. I also need to import this. I think I'll have to define this. Right, so it's going to be auth charts, right? And I think we have done the UI code okay. And let's just run this application. In order to see this in action, let me take you here. We close down everything and do a refresh. Do a fetch charts. Okay, it looks like it returned something. And let's see the response. Oh, I think we'll have to restart the application as well. The backend application, we have not really restarted after creating the auth root. There is a reason why I'm killing this particular port where my backend application is running is because somehow whenever I try to do the control X, it does not really free up the port, and that's the reason why I have to restart it by killing the port, right? So let me do npm run start. All right, so I've made a few changes, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to be showing you first of all of those. So here in the proxy conf JSON, if you notice, I've added another root which is auth charts, and that's the one which we are going to be basically rendering whenever our application is making a call to this auth charts API, right? That's one. And here in the auth guard, I think we had built the auth guard properly. That is for the backend application. And here in the auth controller, if you look at here, what I've done is like I've actually changed the name of charts-data to charts such that it is now going to be rendering at the get root or get method charts, right? So this is what it would return. There's another thing that I'm going to bring your attention to, which is basically debugging, right? So whenever you are building an application, it is pretty easy to debug when it is a UI application. You just have to go to the browser and put a breakpoint, and then things are done pretty much there, right? However, when it comes to NestJS APIs or any other Node.js based API, you can still debug, and the debugger is pretty much same as V8 engine, something similar to what Chrome has. And here, if you look at the package.json file, you would look at the start debug command over here, which is written at the line number 13, right? So you just have to do nest start debug watch inspect, and that's how it would run. So let me quickly give you an overview, and I'll quickly show you how it runs. So let me start this by npm run start debug, and then that's what I would show you, right? So start debug. There you go. Now you can see that the application has started. It's just that whenever you write any debugger point the way I've written at line number 43, it would stop here. So it's essentially the charts. So there are two changes I've made. I'll just recollect, and then I'll just give you a recap very quickly. There are two changes I've made. First is in the proxy file. The second one is in the auth guard. Second one is in the auth controller, where I've made it as charts, and here the proxy config, it's essentially for the UI code, and you just have to restart your application, and I think it would work. There's another thing that you can do here. Instead of defining auth and for different APIs like this, you can actually define it like this as well, which is /auth/star. So which would essentially tell your Angular application that all the APIs which starts all the code that starts with auth is going to be basically targeting to localhost 4000 or localhost 4000 or another the URL for that matter. Here in this case, I've chosen two different paths also because in case if you have multiple routes or multiple endpoints to visit to, you can actually run this by defining that in the proxy config JSON file, right? So let me just quickly save this, close this, and I think we're pretty much good. And I'll quickly show you how the debug really works. So in order for debug to work, what I'm going to do is I'll just quickly take you to the Chrome browser, and we have defined the charts API already. I'm going to be giving a restart, and you can notice that it is saying pending. And the moment you go to the code, you would notice that something like this has happened. So what really happens is that since I had defined a breakpoint over here, it comes and stops it here. So like if you can do F9, F8, or you can move forward and then look at all of these functions. You can also look at what request body has, and you can also look at what this has, the auth service and whatnot, right? So all of these options are available out of the box in Node, and especially in NestJS. It is pretty much similar to what you have been seeing in the Chrome browser, just that it is in the backend app in our case, right? So I can just do run, and then the breakpoint would just go away, and then it'll run the application. Now let me take you to the Chrome, and here if you click on if you click on charts, you would notice that it is 401 unauthorized. Why is it so? So now let's just look at the header. You may notice that there is nothing like bearer token or token is defined over here, right? So once we define bearer token and token here in the header, that's when it will start to work. So how it will work, let me take you to the code, and there I'll show you how to basically attach all the UI request, the token that we have been working all that while, right? So let me close everything and come here, and I'm going to be making the API changes. And let me open this, and here in the SRC shared service, I think I have it already. Yep. Okay, so let me just try to write an interceptor here in the UI, and then that's what I would attach to. All right, so what I've done recently is that created a file called auth interceptor. Here at the auth interceptor, what I'm going to do next is that I'm also going to be basically writing some bit of code to handle and to attach the bearer option, right? So how do we do that? So it's going to be fairly simple. So what I'm going to do first is that I'm going to be importing a few libraries. Right, I'm going to be importing the injectable first. And that's going to be from the Angular core. Next, I'm going to be importing HTTP interceptor, request handler, and event. Angular common HTTP. Right, so let me import all of these. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be importing the observable as well. So let me do that very quickly. All right, so I don't think so I need it, although I had accepted it myself, but then I think I just need to remove this. This is the auth interceptor, which implements the HTTP interceptor. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be overriding the intercept method precisely. So here in this intercept method, it accepts two arguments, which is the request and the next. And next is of type HTTP handler, and it essentially returns an observable with HTTP event type any. And let me define the token. Yep, that's right. So instead of local storage, I've stored that in session storage instead. So let me read this. I don't really remember the name if it's correct, but let me cross check it in a moment. And in case if a token exists, then what next I'm going to do is I'm just going to be cloning the request here. So let me put that const clone request dot clone. I think I'll put it like this. Right, clone request, and this particular clone request is which I'm going to be making use of in the later part of the code. So I have a token, I request a clone, and then I return next.handle the clone request instead. Right, and then this is the interceptor method. This is when the token is available. Assuming that the token is not available, let me put this inside of it. Assume if the token is not available, then in that case I'm going to be returning the request itself. txt next.handle request. So what happens here is that let's say if you are if you are, and this is IQ, right? So in case if you have a token, you assign it to you set the header as authorization as bearer token, and in case if you don't have one, you just simply let the let the request go through without having attached the authorization header, right? So we're pretty much done here. Now next, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be setting this up. So please understand that when you're using when you're using component based application, there's a different way to basically attach this to your application, right? So provide HTTP client. Here you would have to attach that request to, and wherever I've seen it. So if I take you to the Chrome, here in the documentation, you may notice that here the interceptor, whatever that you define, is something that you can assign it like this. Or I think I've not really defined the interceptor right. I've defined it as a class, but whereas I think I could also define that as a function. So let me go back and define that as a function instead. So everything else remains pretty much same, right? Instead of a class, let me define that as, let's say, auth interceptor, and export function, and I'll remove the injectable. I think that should be good. There are two ways to define it. The first is the class way that we had written previously, and next is the way in which we have defined it now, right? So I think we are pretty much sorted here, and yep. So this auth interceptor must be assigned to your app config, and this is defined with the function with interceptor. With interceptors only, and it's going to be accepting this. And next I'm going to be defining the interceptor name. The name of the interceptor was auth interceptor, so let me just put this right here. Let me also import this, and this is the HTTP handler function, and we can define this headers, and inside of it I'm going to be doing it like request dot headers set authorization bearer token. I don't think so I need this. Simply remove it like this. I think we are now sorted. Let me save this, right? So please understand that this is Angular 19. It's an absolute latest and the greatest version. So I'm sorry for a little goof up and little back and forth in case of defining these functions properly, but then it's absolutely needed like this, right? So let me save this. And what I'm going to do next is like I'm going to be going back to the browser and see if things work properly or not. So let me take you to the browser. And here the browser, there you go. So here you have headers. Let me refresh this. Looks like it has not really added the authorized header. Let me debug this. And if you look here, the problem that we have done is that the item that's stored in session storage is not with the name token, right? So it's with a different name. So here, if you look at it, it is not token. So let me just do this change as well and take you to the code. And here the code, I'm going to be opening the auth interceptor. I'm going to be putting it there. And let's see if that works. So let's just refresh this. Auth token. Yep. So we have got the token now. All right. So here is the change that I should make. The problem here in my code was that I was sending the entire token, but then what I really need to send is just the token itself. Isn't like we don't really need a beer or a space token, complete auth header. What I really need is just a token, right? So just save this, and after that started to work. So what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly take you to the Chrome browser, and I'm just going to be closing it. Let me open another one. Do an inspect and come here at the network. You can see that it currently returns 401 for my charts API. It doesn't really return anything. So let me just quickly do a login now. Login, it takes you to the login page. Let me do a refresh. And there you go. So now you can see that it returns the data, right? But then it still has some problem, which is at the time of logging in for the first time, it doesn't really return the response properly, and that's something we need to fix, right? So let me, right, I think the problem here is that by the time token arrives, this charts library or charts API could not read the response, and that's the reason why it fails. So until we have the response from token is available, we don't really need to call the charts API. That's a problem here in this case, right? So, okay, so now we have seen the charts API work properly. So here you can see the data also that appears. So I'll quickly give you a run through once again. All you need to do is just to do the login, and the password is password@123. I can show you that password. Once you log in, it takes you basically to the home component, and in the hello component, it saves the data, and post that it makes a call. But then in this case, what really happens is that the chart API is being called right after landing on this particular page, and there is no time difference between when you store in the session storage and when you call the charts API, and that's why first time it fails. However, if you click on it, you would notice that all the hard-coded data that we had saved in the API is being written properly, so there is no problem over here, right? X-axis, Y-axis, and so on and so forth. Now what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to be basically installing the DynamoDB in my NestJS, and after I install DynamoDB, I'm also going to be accessing that from my front-end code, right? So I think that the front-end code is properly written. There is some bit of information, there is some bit of changes that we will have to do again in order to access after we create the DynamoDB API, and then we expose DynamoDB database, and then we expose that from the API, and then we start consuming it. There is some bit of change that we'll have to do, but then we'll come to it later. So next, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be opening the dashboard Nest APIs that we all have been working all that while. So right now there are two folders which I have created, the auth config and auth controller. So here I have just created one auth guard, and that particular auth guard, the auth guard which we have created earlier, I've basically exposed this new, I've created a new API with the name charts-data, and the charts-data, the idea behind this API is to basically call the DynamoDB and access the details from DynamoDB, and then using that access, I'm going to be basically querying the database and trying to retrieve the value. But before I do any of it, what I'm going to do is like I'll just take you to the AWS console, and there we'll try to create a database, and in that database we'll also try to create a table with some random data, right? All, in fact, all the data that you see over here, right, in the charts. So we are just going to be hard coding it there, and then we'll read it from the charts data API, right? So here on the URL, if you type auth/auth/charts data, you'll be able to access this particular API. But for now, what I'm going to do is like, I'll just save this here as is, and let's say returns the database data, right? That's the simple one I'm going to be writing. Okay. So now what I'm going to do next is like, I'll just quickly take you to the Chrome, and here at the Chrome, what I'm going to do is like, I'll just take you to my DynamoDB, right, and AWS console. So please understand that I have logged in using AWS, my root account. And then what I'm going to do is like, I'm just going to be creating a few entities in AWS, right? What are those entities? So firstly, I'm going to be creating a database table, and then I'm going to be creating an IAM role. That particular IAM role will have a secret key and an access key. That secret key and access key is which will be used in the backend code to access the DynamoDB service, and that DynamoDB service will be responsible to retrieve the data and post it to your front end, right? So that's what we're going to be doing now. And the next thing we will do is that we will also install some dependencies in your API setup. API setup dependencies are needed so that we can use the AWS DynamoDB client and create connection between the DynamoDB client and the DynamoDB service, right? And after that, we are also going to be deploying this backend service to the EC2, and we will apply the same role, IAM role, to the EC2 so that EC2 can also access this particular DynamoDB service. But before that, let's start by creating the first table. So let's say the table that we are going to be creating is, let's say, okay, so the table, let's say if you look at our dashboard, right? So there are dashboard, two details are given. The first is the area chart. The other is a pie chart, right? If you look at the area chart, the details what it shows is that the number of count which is being displayed on the y-axis, and months are being displayed on the x-axis. So what we really need is the month-wise data. So let's say month table, right? The partition key is going to be the ID, which will be the string. And all right, so now what I'm going to do is like, I'll just create this particular table basis the details that are required. So the ID is going to be the string, and the name is what I'll put it as a sort key, and then I'll leave everything else as default, and I'll simply click on create table. So if you go over here, so this area chart is a table which I already had before, and this time around it's going to be month, right? So let me just open quickly the month table, and then what I'm going to do is like, I'll just try to also create some random data inside it, right? So if you click over here in the top, you will see explore table items. You just have to click over there, and then what I'm going to do is like, I'm just going to be creating some items over here, right? So I'm going to be giving ID, name, and then the next attribute I'm going to be adding is the count. So that's going to be this, and let's say count, let's say ID 1, name is Jen, count is 1. Here, similarly, I'm going to be creating it for all the months. All right, so now you see I have created all of these things properly, right? So let me put the count over here, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 10, 11, and 12. So I've created all of these table data properly. So now what I'm going to do is like, I'm going to be taking you to the IAM role, and that IAM role will determine how we basically attach it, or how we use that particular IAM role in order to access the detail, right? So currently I already have one IAM role available with me. So if you look at over here, so you would say that I'm Dynamo local user. So I'm just going to be creating a similar role, or rather I'm going to be creating a copy of it. So if you come over here, you would see that Dynamo local user has Amazon DynamoDB full access. So we are going to be creating another role, something similar to this. So let's go to the user and let me put a create over here. And let's say local user YouTube. Let's click on next. So next I'm going to be doing add user to group. So click on next. And next I'm going to be basically creating the permissions. So create user. Once this user is created, let me click on it. And now I'm going to be taking you to the create access key. So if you look at the second option, it says local code, which means that you plan to use this access key to enable application code in your local development environment to access your AWS account. So let me click on this. And I understand the above recommendation and want to proceed to create access. Let's just do this description. Tutorial. And done. So if you click on it, continue. Basically create another access key as well. So let me do that one more time. So next, and then let me click on I understand. Click on next. So if you look at it here, if you lose your forget your star access secret access key, you cannot retrieve it. Instead, create a new access key and then make an old key inactive, right? So somehow the previous one I was not able to copy. So let me just copy my secret access key right here. So what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly go to the readme.md file. So here there is a readme.md file, and down below I'll try to create and then I'm going to be copying the access key as well. So let me put right. I'm just going to be saving it right here. So done. Right, and what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be also deactivating this first one. Let me cross check if AKI is at WQ. I'll just see. Yep, that's right. So I'm going to be just deactivating that. Deactivate. Right, and let me quickly refresh this page. So now I have right. So now you can see that it is inactive and this is active. Now our work with the DynamoDB and our work with the IAM user is pretty much done. So what we've essentially done, I'll quickly give you a recap. We have created one particular table in the DynamoDB with the name, let's say, let me view all these tables with the name month. And what does that data really contain? This data contain the count and then the month and then the ID of this particular table, right? Which is also a primary key. So we will try to retrieve this in another in another entity that we are going to be building locally. So right, I think the cloud related work is pretty much done. Now I'll take you to the code. There we will try to install a few dependencies, particularly in the DynamoDB client, and then we'll try to get the API up and running. So now let me quickly take you to the code, and here the code. Yes, I've already saved this. I'll go here, and next what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly fill all of this session, and then let me see. Yep, I think we're good. We also kill the port at which this particular API was running. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do next is that I'm going to be installing the dependencies required for my API to work, right? So what are those dependencies? So firstly, I'm going to be installing the AWS SDK client DynamoDB and also AWS SDK lib DynamoDB. So let me quickly run that command here at the console. So let me clear this first. It'll take a moment and install all these dependencies over here. Otherwise, I'll run it as a sudo, which is the root user. Yep, EA access problem. So let me just run this as let me run it as an administrator, clear everything out, and I think I'm pretty much done. Yep. So next, I'm also going to be creating a DynamoDB config. So here, currently, if you look at the Nest API and the SRS, we already have the auth config, right? I'm also going to be creating a DynamoDB config. So let me create a file with the name dynamodb config.ts. And here in the dynamodb config.ts, I'm going to be putting in all the configuration required for my DynamoDB to work. But before that, let me also try to open the env file. And if you look at the env file, you may notice that all the details which are required for our application to run and which are required globally, we normally put them over here, right? So what are the details that we need in order to access or in order to create an API for DynamoDB? So firstly, we would need the AWS region. Right, so this region, and then we're also going to be creating AWS access key ID. The next, I'm going to be creating AWS secret key. The next, I'm going to be creating a DynamoDB table name. Right, so let's just see how to bring in all of these details, right? So let me quickly take you back to the Chrome browser, and there are the Chrome browser. If you look at the table over here, right, you may notice that the region that we have been running is called Mumbai, which is AP-South-1, right? That's one. So now quickly let me take you here in case of a month table, and if you look at all the secret key and access key is something which I've already copied from the code or from the AWS console. Now, what is the name of a table? So the name of a table is month. So let me copy this. Right. So now let me take you back to the code, and here the code. Firstly, let me put the month, the name of the table. Next, I'm going to be putting the secret access key, so which is something that I had copied in the readme.md file. So let me quickly open that. You open the secret key first, and there you go. Now let me open the access key, and I'll put it over here. And this is something which I already know, and that's called AP South 1. Right, so we are sorted here. All right, so now I'm going to be taking you to the DynamoDB config, and in this particular DynamoDB config.ts, what I'm going to do is, like, I'll just need, because you may have also noticed that I've installed a few library, right? So, but before that, let me import the config service. That's something that we have been working with NestJS. Register as, right, and then I'm going to be creating a function with the name register as that we have something which I have imported. And this function will essentially have two parameters. The first one is the name of the service, which is DynamoDB. And the second one is a callback function. So let me write down that also very quickly. And this function must return something. So let me put it like this. And this particular one will have some basic details. And those details are something that I have already defined in env file. Right. So I'm going to be having a region, access key ID, secret access key, and table name. Let me save this. I think we're done with the DynamoDB config.ts. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be putting a controller, essentially the endpoint, and also I'm going to be creating a module in which I'll write down the DynamoDB related service and DynamoDB module, right? So let me create another folder over here, right in parallel with the auth and config. Let me write down a module. Here in the module, I'm going to be having a regular imports. So firstly, I'm going to be importing the module, and that's going to be from the NestJS common. Next, I'm going to be installing the config module, DynamoDB service, and DynamoDB config, which I've created in the previous steps. So let me import these all. Right, DynamoDB service is something which I'm going to be creating over here in a short moment. But let me write down the code related to the module very quickly. So let's come here, and let's just create the service, which is, oh, my bad. I think I've written all this code inside the service, but what I really need is the module. Take you to the service, and in this service, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be recreating an injectable service. But before that, let me quickly do some imports. Right, you are free to access this particular piece of code from my GitHub repository, and I'm not really going to be explaining every line of it, because the intent of this tutorial is to basically get the ball rolling and get you started with the DynamoDB and basic AWS infrastructure. So I've accepted whatever code which was written over here, right, suggested by Amazon Q. So now let me also make some correction over here. So I think what I also need is the table name, and in case of, I think it's being accessed like that. But before that, I think I'll also have to put, I think I'll remove all of this as is. I don't think so I need them. So let me remove this, and here I would have to write some more logic. So let me access these. So firstly, I'm going to be accessing the region, and that will be from the config service. And the region, the way we have defined is AWS region. Next, I'm going to be doing the access key, secret access, and DynamoDB table name. So let me put all of this code right here. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be checking if the region and access key and secret access key and the table name is not present. I want user to return it. So let me do that very quickly here. If any one of this information is not present, let me throw an exception right here. Right, and next I'm going to be putting this particular DynamoDB client in a try catch block. So let me do that. And next, I'm going to be doing the access key and secret access key. So I think I've already copied it. I'll put it like this and this. I think that's pretty much it. Now let me put the error condition very quickly. So in case of an error, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be creating and then putting the console log over here, just in case if just in case if you want to see what error comes, and it'll be printed basically here in the console. Let me quickly save this, and right after this, what I'm going to do is like I'll just try to create another function. That particular function will be responsible to get the items from the database. So I think I've done all what required in the constructor. So this is pretty much a constructor. Let me collapse this and let me write another function with the async. Let me put const. I'll put this in a catch again. And what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be scanning. Okay. So what do you mean by scanning? Scanning essentially means that I'm going to be pulling in all the data from the doc client. Doc client is something which I've already defined over here at the top. So I'm going to be reading that particular thing, and I think I don't really need to access it like this. So what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly type down this table name and catch. You put a catch over here, and also I'm going to be putting the console log right here. So here, let me save this, get all items. All right, I think I'm pretty much good with this. Let me quickly save this, and DynamoDB module, DynamoDB service. Okay, I think I'm pretty much good here. Quickly review this. So I've created a module. I've also created a config. I've also created the environmental details and put them in the .env file so that my config service in the NestJS can access it. And I've written the try catch everywhere, and I think I've assigned all of these properly. I've opened the DynamoDB client connection right at the top of the constructor label, and the same will be used to basically send the command. So in case if you want to access the entire database or entire data in that particular table, that's how you do it. This .docline.send command, and in this command we are only going to be writing table name. This table name, the table name is basically month, and that's pretty much it, right? So you can see it over here. Yeah. So I think all the details are right. Now what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be putting the DynamoDB module inside of a main module, right? So let me put it this way. The auth module is being input here, and I think we need the DynamoDB in the auth module, so I'm going to be putting it here. So there. DynamoDB module. I think I'll put a comma here also. I think we are pretty much sorted. We save this. All right, so what I'm going to do is like next I'm going to be starting up the database, and I'm going to be starting up the backend service now. So npm run start, and I think auth charts data is available. So this is done. Next, I'm going to be taking you to the dashboard ng19. So here, the SRC level, the shared level, I'm going to be opening this. And I think get chart data. I'm going to be putting charts hyphen data. Right, I'm going to be saving this. And here at the proxy config, I also need to change some bit of information here. Charts hyphen data. Let's just save this, and once you save it, I'm also going to be starting the front end. Run start. Let's just wait for a moment until this application boots up, and I'm going to be taking you to the Chrome browser. And there at the Chrome browser, I'm going to be seeing if I am able to access this correctly or not. Returns the database data. Now you can see that the database, the detail is being returned properly. So here is the bearer token. Now let me again take you back to the code. And there the code, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be closing out everything and opening this particular controller. So the controller is over here. I think the auth controller. Yep. So if you come here, yeah, there you go. So now what I'm going to do is like instead of returning static response, I'm going to be returning the service data. So this dot DynamoDB service, but before that I'll have to import it, I think. So let's just put this and DynamoDB service.ts. Let me open this, go to the top, DynamoDB service, just put this here. And let me quickly import this. Add import. I don't think so. I need this. Let me close this. DynamoDB service dot get all items. And I'm going to be returning this. And before I start, I'm also going to be basically closing down the backend app. And let me clear out the port. It takes a moment and then it boots up again. npm run start. There you go. Now let me take you back to the Chrome browser. There at the Chrome browser, I'll do a refresh once again. Looks like something is not right. Internal server error. Let me take you back to the code, and here the code. I think there is something wrong. Scanning items for DynamoDB. Validation error detected. Value null at table name. Okay, so it looks like the table name is not being provided. Let's see if it's returned correctly. DynamoDB table name. Let's go to the env. Yep, it looks like I have not really assigned the table name properly. But yeah, there's a problem. So let me just put this right here. This dot table name equals to table name, and I'll just save this. Let me restart my backend once again. Clear everything. It takes about a moment to kill the port, and let me just do the restart very quickly. Okay, so it has started. Let me take you back to the Chrome, and here the Chrome, I'm going to be doing a refresh once again. Charts data. Looks like some internal server error once again. Not authorized. So let me do a login. Charts data, do a refresh. Okay, so it says internal server error, but then why is that so? Let's just quickly debug this. Let me take you back to the code. Okay, so here is the error. So if you look at over here, it says DynamoDB local user is not authorized to perform DynamoDB scan on resources, blah blah, and no identity based policy allow DynamoDB action scan action. Okay, I think I understood this. So let me take you back to the Chrome, and here is the key. So permissioning, I'm going to be quickly defining the policy. So here's the dashboard. You see all the tables. I think what I need is the IAM. So let me go here. There are two users, local user, permission, and there you go. Since we have not really assigned any permission here, and that's the reason why it is displaying it like this. So let me just put the permission here. Amazon. Let me quickly put the Amazon DynamoDB full access. Let me see the tags, groups, and permissions. What I need is the Amazon DynamoDB full access. I click on next, permissions, and there you go. So now I have added a full policy to access DynamoDB full access. Now let me take you back to the code again, and I hope this time it works. So let's just, but before that, what I'm going to do is I'm also going to be starting up. I don't think so. I need to restart this, and I'll take you to the Chrome, and there the Chrome, I'm going to quickly giving you a refresh, and if here at the charts data, and there you go. So now you can see that the count ID name appears here. All of these are stored as a string. So you can see there are 12 number of records being written, and essentially all these 12s are the number of month and the count against them. So you can see all of it, right? So now I think we are pretty much sorted. We have created a table. We have also created an IAM policy and associate that IAM policy to the DynamoDB full access, and post that we were able to make an API call in order to read the data. So that's how it works. So that's how the read works in DynamoDB and in your local NestJS API. So that's pretty much it about accessing a data. Okay, so now we see here, if you quickly give it a refresh, you will notice that it always returns 401 initially, and then you can look at this chart data API, right? Although it has the bearer token, the problem why it returns 401 is also because that this token is essentially expired, right? So let me just quickly give you a login, and we would notice another problem here. So let me just remove everything over here, and let me give it a login here. You will notice that chart data is still returning 401, but then if you give it a refresh, that's when it starts to return proper data from the API, right? Why is that so? So we will try to figure this out. So in order to figure this out, I'll take you to the code, and here if you look at the home component, you would notice that the line over here which I've written is that session storage get item not token, and then go to dashboard, which means that if the auth token is available, it will go to the dashboard. But then in our case, what really happens is that the auth token is there, but it just expired. So let me just quickly comment this line. And if you also further come down to this particular if block over here, you would notice that the go to dashboard is also written outside. So let me just comment this out as well, or rather remove this altogether, because I don't think so we need it. We need to go to the dashboard only after the auth token or refresh token is is successfully placed in session storage, and the moment you go to the dashboard, that's when the API call would be made, and that will be successful, right? So now if I give it a login, and there you go. Now you can see that the charts data appear right after the login, right? So there is no 401 or there is no error in case of a charts data API. So we are good up till here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be making a few changes over here. So first of which is that the area chart and the pie chart that is being shown here, let me put this behind the authorization. What I mean by that is that in case if area chart and in this particular chart data is available and the user has not really logged in, I don't want to show these two charts all together. So what would I do is that I'll probably place this here in the charts, right? And then this particular dashboard, I'll get these two things removed, right? That's one. Second thing, what I'm going to do is if you look at over here, you would notice that it has all of these students' names. So I'm also going to be putting these students' name in the. So we have moved it here, and I think that's pretty much it. So what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to be putting these into a favorite route, and I'm going to be removing this. So let me just quickly open the dashboard. And here at the dashboard, I'm going to be removing the area chart, precisely the chart component, right? So here is the chart component. I think I don't need this altogether. Yep, I think I'm pretty much sorted here. Now let me quickly take you to the Chrome, and now let me log in to my AWS console once again. I'm going to be creating another table over there. So got this login wala portion. All right. So now I'm going to be going to the DynamoDB, and in the DynamoDB, I'm going to be creating another table over here. So view all tables, and month is what I had created earlier. Now let me create a new table with the name, let's say students entry. Students rather. Create table. I'll go to the students. Let me create items. So let's see how many items are there or required. Name, age, country, email, salary, department status, and joining date. Name, age, country details. Name, age, country, email, salary, department status, and joining date. Salary, department status, joining date. I think name is already there, so I'm going to be putting the age, country, email. Salary, department status. And joining date. one. All right, so I've created good enough by now. So I've basically created roughly about 5 entries, or let me make 6. So this has to be 4. Let me edit this 4 and done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have created 5 different entries over here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to be reading this value same from the APIs, and this is not going to be an authorization API, right? So we're going to be creating a simple API. The idea behind this is that to tell you that there are some APIs which are going to be secured behind the line. There are some APIs which are going to be non-secured, meaning that you don't really need an authentication in order to read these values, right? So this is going to be one such value. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to be taking you to the code, and let me quickly do everything what was needed to read this particular API. So I think I can close them all. I think DB service is pretty much good. So in the auth controller, I was earlier reading that from the DynamoDB service get all item. So here, DynamoDB service, and I think everything else remain same. It's just that I'm not going to be exposing that, not going to be putting that behind the authorization wall. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just repeating this. So get all items, students, get all students. So table name, I think this time it's going to be students. Let me quickly go in the Chrome and see if yep, that's the name. So let me go back to the code. I think send command, I think we are pretty much good. Here are all students, and let me expose this with the controller. So here is the auth controller. Now I'm going to be creating another API with the name get students. I don't think so. I need an Auth Guard. I think we are good with the APIs because we had already created the other folders already. So this time I don't think so I need any more than that. So what I'm going to do is I'll just quickly go to the dist folder, or I'll quickly go to the dashboard folder over here, and here in the dashboard, let me quickly open the HTML. Yep, so that's what we had been doing. So I think what we really need to do is this ng table. Right, so let me close this and I'll go to the table here. So let me import. Currently it's being importing from, it's essentially the hard-coded data. Now I'm going to be putting that for the API. Column defs are defined here. I think we have not really defined the constructor. So let me quickly do so. This is service name. So I think it was given in the hello component. So the service name is shared service. We put this here. There you go with the shared service. Let me define this in the on init. I think I need to define this here. Let me put this. Amazon queues self-suggested, so let me copy this. I think that's pretty much it. Now let me go to the Chrome and let me do a refresh real quick. Looks like some error. Okay. Looks like some parsing error. Okay, let's see what's wrong. Although it has the token attached, but I don't think so I need that anyway. So it looks like I may have to restart my backend. Unable to parse. Okay, let me debug this. So in order to debug this, what I'm going to do is like I'll just put a debug in the controller, right? So where is it? Auth controller. I think I'll have to start the backend in debug mode. So let's look at the command to start this in the debug. Let's start debug. That's the command. Started it. Let me do a refresh once again. So here in the proxy, I think I'll have to make an arrangement for that particular API. It has to be auth get students. And I'll have to restart my front end as well. Yep, there you go. Now you can see that it has come over here. So let me quickly see the debug if this is right. So command has this. So let me move forward. Now let's see what response has. I think response has all the data, right? I don't really see a problem here. So return response.items. I think this should be good. Now I see no error over here. And let me take you to the Chrome. And there you go. I think now it succeeded. Probably the proxy was not needed and that proxy wasn't available, and that's the reason why it did not work earlier. But I think now we have a data available here at this. So now you can see that although the data comes as an object, and that's the reason why it is appearing like this, but then if we correct this, it should be good, right? So I think we have done with the non-authorized entry, and now what I'm going to do is like I'll just put the charts component here and then make an API call to the charts data over here. Yeah, it may be because this has so let me remove this. It may be because that the token has expired. So what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly take you to the code. I don't think so we need this debugger anymore over here. So I'll remove this, save this, and I think we're good. And now let me take you back to the dashboard component where we need to put the logic to, or rather I'll take you to the chart component where we have been making calls to the API in order to receive the data. So I think I can collapse that, and here is the charts component, and let me open this. Console error, charts options, shared service, charts data. Yep, I think we're good here. Okay, so now what we're gonna do next is that since we have been doing this exercise and we've realized that the data that we are trying to receive, or data essentially that we are receiving, is in a different format than required, right? So if you go here on the chart, you see the chart's data, it's unauthorized. Let me just put the login here very quickly. And I think it should be good now. Let's go here. Something is not right. Let's see what's wrong. Looks like we will have to click on the login. Oh yeah, log in again and do this. I'm going to put a password very quickly. And there you go. Now let's go to the chart, and now you can see that the chart's data also appear. Right now we will have to put a logic in order to receive and read the data properly, like count and things like that, right? So I'm just going to be keeping it here as is, the other pie chart, or just the area chart that I'm going to be changing, right? And next what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly summarize and clean this data as well. After cleaning this data, we are also going to be creating one post API in order to post the data to one of the table, and post that we will finish it. So that's all going to be in this remaining tutorial, right? So stay tuned, and let me just quickly write the logic to parse the data properly. I think I can put the parsing logic here at the service level itself, which is from the backend. So what I'm going to do is like I already have the response available over here. So let me write down another method, which is get all students, and there was another one, no, get all items, right? So let me just write it down. It could be of any form, and let me receive the data. I've received the data already. So let me declare. And I think I can remove the charts component here. So let me quickly go to the dashboard component, and I don't think so, because we've removed the entry of chart component from this main dashboard component, right? So that's why it's not needed. So let's go here. Again, there is some problem here. It looks like it's unable to parse. Okay, let me close this browser and open another one. Problem here is that we were not returning anything from that function. We just accepted this function as is from DynamoDB or Amazon Q. We had to return the parse data, and that's the reason why it was not appearing earlier. And let me show you here in the code. So here is the function that I'm talking to you about, the parse data from DynamoDB tables, and this get all students table get all students function was calling this particular function, and this function was not really returning anything, and that's the reason parse data was undefined, and hence there was nothing in the UI to display. Now if I take you back to the Chrome, you would notice that if I refresh, I get this data properly. So there's no problem over here, right? So I get full name, age, country, email, and whatnot. Joining date, invalid date, we will see this because it's essentially the date format, and that's the reason why it appears like that. But in the full name, let me correct the mapping here. So here the network, I click here. I think it has to be, this has to be corrected, right? So let me take you back to the code and let's see what's wrong. Let me put a debugger here and give it a restart very quickly, and then let's see how it functions. There you go. So this is the problem. So here, if you look at the key in the items, name appears like that with the space ahead. So let me fix this. So let me go to the Chrome. I think what we've done is that name, why there is a space ahead. Let's just edit it. Looks like this, and that's the reason why it appears like that. Let me take you to the code. Okay, so this is the problem that we have, and then we'll see if we could fix it later. So let's just restart this. I don't think so. It's worth recorrecting this, but this is something that you can do yourself. I think it's good for the demo purpose as of now. So let me refresh this bit right here. And I think I'm receiving the basic data. And let me go to the charts. And charts also, I think I'm receiving the data, but I need to parse the chart response as well. So let me put this right here. And let me take it to the code. And here the code parse data from DynamoDB tables. I'll quickly use the same method. It's refreshed, and let me take you to the Chrome, and let me give it a refresh here. And charts data, I think I'm receiving it properly, right? So this is also parsed. Now I'm going to be putting that in the area chart, and I'm going to be leaving this as is. So let me correct this bit, and in order to correct that, let me take you to the code. And there at the code, what I'm going to do is, like, I'll just open the charts component real quick. And here the charts component, I'm going to be opening this. Here we have charts options, x-axis, y-axis, series, and data. I think I'll keep everything as is. Just the data property I'll have to replace, right? And what would I do? So if you look at the data, it looks something like the count is the only thing that we need to put in place, okay? And that also has to be essentially against the categories, right? So I think I can put the categories also like that, and then the categories and series data has to be replaced, right? So let's just prepare this quickly. So once I receive this data over here, I'm just gonna be putting another function. It's gonna be item.name. I'm doing the values as well. So let me put the values, and this is going to be count. And once this parse data is done, I think I can comment this line, this dot chart options. After this loop is done, this has to be value, series, and data. I think I need the first one. I think I'll have to renew the data as the charts option as well. So this dot. Let me refresh this and take it to the Chrome, and I think we are pretty much sorted. There you go. So let me try not to run this and see if actually we are changing it right. So what I'm going to do is, like, I'll just quickly go to the chart component once again, and let's comment this line. And now it takes up the regular data. And let's just uncomment this. Next, I'm going to be creating a post API. The post API to basically see and update either the dashboard or the charts, or probably this, right? So let's just see how it goes. I'm just going to be making one form here on this particular page, and that form I'll attach it to the post API, right? So let me start by creating a simple form over here, which will have full name, age, country, email, salary, and department status and joining date, right? And I'll likely create that form, and then let's get rolling. All right, so we have basically created this form right here, and in the top we have defined all the getters for all the form controls that I have defined over here. So the form controls are name, age, country, emails, salary, department status, and joining date, right? Now what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be creating the form over here. Okay, so it says that it's not a known property of input, so probably because of the import. So let me quickly reactive forms module. So let me import this rightly. And the moment I import reactive forms module, you can see that the error for this particular thing is gone. So now let me repeat the process for all the other controls. So age control next. Post that I'm going to be putting the country control, email control, salary control, department control, status and joining date. Okay, so I think I've added all of this. Now let me just quickly do some validations here. So here in the form, I'm going to be having this name. Age is going to be of type number. Let me put this minimum 1. Right, the country, email, let me put the email validation here. Right, salary is also something that I need to put 0 minimum. It's gonna be, let's say, 1000. Department status, joining date. I think there is nothing like date available out of the box, so I'll probably put type as date here. Okay, so I think we are pretty much good. And now we are going to be styling this as per the bootstrap. All right, so I'm just quickly going to be putting the class here, and that's the form control, and just going to be copying this all over. Let's just save everything here, and I think there is something wrong here. It's not exactly form control, it's actually form hyphen control. Incorrect this. Okay, so I think this one also. Okay, so I think we are sorted basically, and let me quickly define the maximum width for this. So okay, so I think now it'll appear in the center, and let's just quickly look at the Chrome, and there you go. Here you have everything defined. So now you can see that the date appears properly as a calendar, which is a browser feature, and you also have a submit button. So now let me go back to code, and what I'm going to do next is that I'm just going to be putting the validation for my submit button as well, and I'll put the click event. And okay, so I'm going to be putting two closest button, and there's going to be button primary. If I take you back to the Chrome browser, so there you can see that the button also appears properly, right? And some more styling is needed, and that's something which we'll do right away. So I'll come here, and then I'll bind it with disabled property, and this is going to be driven by the students form. So let me style this a little bit here. I think I don't need this. Margin top is, I believe, enough to get rolling. So let's save this. and submit form is something which I've already written. Now let's see if the error appears. So validators, I also need some of these fields to be mandatory, and I think I'll put this everywhere. So what you need to do is just validators not required. Just put this here. So let's see if I put in the detail. Age, let's say 21. Country, are not required as mandatory. So the other one which is required is the salary. So let's just say 1,000, because we have put the minimum value as 1,000, and that's the reason why it appears like that. So let's just I think we're sorted. Now I think I could select any day here, and right now what I'm going to do next is that I'm just going to be creating the post API also. And in order to create a post API, so you can see that all of these fields are properly rendered, and in case if I remove any of my mandatory field, the button gets disabled. And that's the beauty of reactive form. Like, you don't really have to do much, and most of the details and most of the logic behind the form control is already written by the form control in the abstract control class of Angular. Right now I'll take you back to the code, and here the code, what I'm going to do next is that I'm also going to be creating the same post API, right? And the post API has to be created inside of a dashboard nest API. So all that while we had been doing it this, and let me put the auth controller, and there we have to put this, right? So it's gonna be post, and I need it to be authorized in order to put the data, and save students. Now let me just copy this here. So I'll come down and put this right here. So this time in my body, it's not going to be just the code string. This time it's going to be the full data object, right? So let me put that and correct it. So firstly, it's going to be name. Next, it's going to be age. And yeah, you go. I don't think so. I need this. It needs two properties. You can remove this. These are the suggestions from Amazon Q, right? So name, age, country, email, salary. Department, status, and joining date. Join date, right? I'm going to be storing that as a string. So let's just see this: name, age, country, email, salary, department, status, and join date. I think let's just save this. Now I'm going to be writing a query to basically post the data in DynamoDB service. All right, so now we are going to be saving the data, right? In order to save the data, we'll have to make a few changes, right? So firstly, we'll have to create an API endpoint. That is going to be a post endpoint, and that post endpoint is going to be storing the data in the database, right? So database table we already have created, and we now need to see how do we really save data in the database, right? So if you look at this particular auth controller, this is the save students API that I have created, right? So currently I have given a random method name over here. All I need is this save data. So we have not really created this method just yet. So I'm going to be creating this right here. So DynamoDB here, and let me put save data. So I'll put it right above this. So this particular thing, or this particular API will firstly hold the doc client, and then it is going to be actually sending a query. Is going to be sending a query, right? And this send is going to be a put command, right? So how do we write a put command? It's fairly simple. We write this const command equals to and here we're going to be writing the table name, and the table name is students. So let me write it down this. And in case of an item, the ID is going to be the unique one. So in this case, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be creating a new date. To string. And this is the command which I'm going to be using here. Right, and I'm also going to be receiving the data. So this data has to be over here, and let me do it this way. I think that's pretty much it. Now let me put that in the auth controller. So here the auth controller, I think I've defined the post API somewhere. Save students here. I think this is also okay. Now what else? So I've defined the auth controller, I've defined the service. Now I'm going to be defining the proxy. Please note that this proxy can be defined in just one go. The reason why I've defined it in multiple ways is because let's say if you are hosting your APIs in different places, you can actually do it this way. But then if you like it, you can always define it in a singular manner, such as auth star, and then you can do the target to localhost 4000 and it'll work. This is a way for me to keep a track of all the APIs that I've been using, and that's the reason why I've defined it like this, but then I can obviously define it in a singular manner as well. So there are two benefits to it. Firstly, I know that how many APIs I've defined already. That second benefit is that I know that let's say if I host multiple APIs in different places, I can actually compare them and I can put them over here, and I would know that where each of my APIs are hosted, and that's the reason why I've been defining it like this. Right, so now let me save this. Now what I need is this table form. So let me put this dot shared service dot save data, and this is going to be this dot on dot value. So I'll have to define the shared data, shared service, and then the save data first. Save students, and this is gonna be post. This data is gonna be the property. I'm gonna put it like this. Right, I think I'm pretty much sorted here. So let me just see, I'll click on the save, and then this will be called. Let me put a subscribe also real quick. I don't think so. I need to call the share service like this here. I can just let it go. I could obviously refresh the data at any point, but then I don't really wish to do it like this. So let me just put it like this, and I'll see if the data is being updated correctly or not. So I think I've updated the table component. I've updated the controllers as well. Now let me just do one more thing. What I'm going to do next is, like, I'm basically going to be making the entire form as mandatory. The reason behind this is that I want to save all the values. I just want to see if things are getting updated properly or not, right? So that's the reason I'm making it like this. So let me put it this way. All right. So let me restart my UI and just put R. Okay, and let me take you to the Chrome. And here at the Chrome, I think this is fine. So let me see if the login. Yep, I think I'll have to do the login once again. See if the password is correct. Yep. Okay. So here we have a dashboard. Now let me put everything here. 3 salary 1 2 3 4. Just let me put any date over here. And let me close this. Put a submit 201. Let me see if this is being saved properly or not. So I'll take you to the code, and here at the code you may notice that, oh yeah, there's some error it seems. So the error here, it dictates that invalid name in the item. Oh yeah, So if you may notice that earlier when we started doing this, the name property appeared with this extra space in the beginning, right? And we never corrected this. So what I'm going to do is like I'll just put this to make it work. So when I'm posting the data, I'm also going to be posting a name property. So name, and this is going to be the control value of name. So name control dot value, right? And I think I'm going to be destructure it, as in like I'm going to be expanding all the properties over here, right? And I think let me start again in the UI. So here I'm going to be putting all the values 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. I'll just choose any value over here. Let's say 4. Yep, looks like something is wrong again. So let me go back to code. And I think I'll have to give it a restart once again. It'll take a moment and we'll start. And meanwhile, let me also do a restart here. So I'll quit and then npm run start. Now let me start this here on the debug mode. And I think we're sorted. Now let me take you back to the Chrome browser. Here in the Chrome browser, let me put in all the values once again. 2 3 4 2 3 4. Two 0 1. Okay, so let's go here. Say the same thing again. So let me put a debug point here at the controller level, or rather here. Save data. Let me save this and fire a query again from the command line. Oh yeah, I think I get the problem. So basically the data is not being formed properly. So it's sent like this. So what I'm going to do is like I'll just put it like this, save it, and let me fire the query once again. And I think this time it should work. Yep, it worked. So let me take you to the Chrome, and here at the Chrome, I'm going to be taking you to the table. Let me do a refresh, and there you go. So you have all of these values available. So now I'm going to be doing a quick refresh and see if the values appear here. There you go. You can see that this thing also appears here properly, right? There is no problem. Name, age, country, so on and so forth, right? So I think we are pretty much sorted here. Joining. There are some problem in this table though, but which is like the name appears with the with the empty space ahead. So this is something which can be done very easily, just that you need to create a table properly, and I think it should do. So I'm not really going to be wasting my time in fixing this, and I think that now we have covered how to do the read API, how to do the put API, and we've also seen how to create dashboard and how to authenticate them and how to put them behind the authentication wall. I think we have done all the basic works over here. Now the next thing which I'm going to do is like I'm going to be putting all this API into the EC2 and try to access this locally, and gradually I'll move all the local host or all the UI which is hosted locally into the S3 bucket, and that S3 bucket will then be opened or be accessed by the CDN. That's something which I'm going to be doing next. So without further ado, let me just delve right into posting or hosting all these APIs into the cloud. All right, so now what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be creating another. Okay, so now if I take you to the console, here you can see that the EC2 is available. So what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be creating an EC2, and then I'm going to be logging into that EC2, and then I'll try to take a clone of my backend project, and that project is something which I'm going to be running in EC2, and I'll change some certain policies such that it is then accessible from the outside as well. So in order to do this, right, first of all, I'll have to come over here and I'll just show you step by step like what needs to be done. So what I need is an Ubuntu, and the name of the web server or name of the EC2 is going to be dashboard YouTube, and then I'll try to keep everything as default, and then I'm going to be selecting it T2 micro. The reason behind this is that I want to be a free tier enabled, and I want HTTPS and HTTP also traffic also to be there. And let me just see if I've checked in all the things. Yep, I think that's pretty much it. So now I'm going to be creating a launch instance, right? And then let's do the proceed, create a new key pair, right? And let's name dashboard YouTube launch instance, and it's going to download the PEM file over there, right? And then let's go to the EC2. There are two instances running. One is something that I already had created some time ago for my own testing purpose. Dashboard YouTube is the one which is running right now, right? So it has the public address, IPv4 address also available. Now what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly refresh this bit, and since I already have a PEM file available up here, dashboard YouTube PEM, so what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be opening a terminal, and from that terminal I'm going to be accessing the EC2, and I will try to clone my repository over there. Right, so let's just do this. So here the test. Okay. So there you can see the terminal as well. So here the terminal, let's just click. Let me clear this. I hope it is visible to you. If not, let me just expand this a little bit more. So from here, let me just list this, and what I've downloaded just recently is with the name PEM, right, which is the key, the private key, right? So the name of the private key was dashboard YouTube.pem. So there is a command that I'll have to run in order to SSH into my EC2, and that command is what I'm going to be doing now. So SSH -I, and then dashboard YouTube PEM, and then I'm going to be copying the IPv4 address, which is also public address, and then the username for this is going to be Ubuntu, and then the @, and then the publicly address, public IP for the EC2 that I've just booted up, right? So let me just press this. And continue. Let me click yes. Yes. Okay, looks like the permissions are not proper. Yep, I think read right. So what I'm going to do is like chmod 400, and then let me just define the permissions. Let me try to run that command once again. There you go. So let me clear this. Now I have access to the Ubuntu EC2 from my local terminal, right? The next thing which I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be updating the EC2, and also going to be installing all the latest things. So let me just quickly run some of the command. Sudo apt update, and then sudo apt upgrade, and I'm going to be passing as yes flag to all of these. So I'll take a moment and update all the dependencies and all the EC2 T2 micro that I have precisely chosen in the previous step. It's going to be installing all the dependency required for this T2 micro to run successfully and healthy. So just wait for a moment until this is done, and then we will try to do other things. All right, so next I'm going to be doing is that installing the Node.js. So let me run the curl command to download the Node.js very quickly. So it's going to be taking a minute again, and then after this is done, then the Node.js will be installed. Node.js binaries would be here, and then I'll have to install the Node.js, right? So in order to run the Node.js or install the Node.js, I'll have to run another command, which is sudo apt install y and then Node.js. So now let's just wait for a few more minutes, and then once this is done, then we're going to be running a few commands, which is to see if the node is installed correctly. So node version is this. Right, so let me clear this. Next, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be cloning the repository or the repository that I have, right? So in order to clone the repository, there's another thing that I want to bring your attention to, right? So let me quickly take you to the Chrome browser. And here at the Chrome browser, please note that if you are trying to clone the GitHub repository in your EC2s, so you will have to do certain things, right? So what are those things? So here you will have to come here and then click on the settings. Once you click on the settings, you would need a password essentially, and that's what we are trying to receive from the GitHub. So if you come here, and then you will have to look for the developer setting, and here are the developer setting. I'm going to be looking at tokens. So what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to create another token over here, right? And please note that once you create this token, your GitHub will show you only once. So what you need to do essentially is to remember that token always, and once you create that token, also understand that this token will be used to access your GitHub through HTTPS, and that's what essentially we are going to be cloning. We're going to be doing when we do a clone in EC2 environment, right? So let me put this EC2 YouTube. So let me give it a permission, and I think that's pretty much it. Admin public key. I'm also going to be doing the generate token. It'll generate a token. Let's just copy this, and please understand that this will not be shown again and again, right? So you will have to actually keep a copy of it. Please understand that I'm right now showing this token to you, but it doesn't mean that it'll be available. By the time I upload this tutorial online, I'll ensure that all the infrastructure which I have created for the EC2 for this particular tutorial is gone, and you will not be able to actually access any one of those. So if you're trying to access it through these keys and things, please don't do so, because it's going to be futile. So now let me take you here again, and now I'm going to be doing a git clone, and then this. Let's press enter. Username. So I'm going to be typing in my username, and now this is a time for you to actually key in that access key that you've just generated a step ago, right? So let's just put this, press enter, and done. So let's see if the API is available. So let's enter this npm i. Let's get this installed. It'll take a moment and install all the dependencies required, and right after this we are going to be running this application right here. Let this get installed first. Now let me see if the PM2 is available here. PM2 is not found. I think we will have to install this. So in order to install this, I'm going to be running a few more commands. Let me run this command to install the PM2 globally. All right, so PM2 is also installed. Let me do this. I think I can clear this. npm i is done. We run npm run start. Right, so once this is done, we will see what needs to be done. Let's just wait for a minute, and let's just wait until the API boots up. Oh yeah, looks like some error here, and let's read the error. Okay, I think this error is pertaining to the configuration of DynamoDB. Please note that the env file and the dynamo config that we have set up in our project will not be accessible unless you have a .env file, and .env file is something which is not going to be committed inside of your Git, right? So you will have to manually transfer it. So what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly create the env file. And let me copy all the properties of env file and put it right here. I think we have the env file as well. So now let me try to run that once again. So now your application has been started. So please note, I've currently run it in the foreground, but I'm going to be running it in the background essentially. So let me quickly cancel this and kill the port as well. I'm going to be running this with the help of PM2. But before that, let me build the application. So once you build the application, it's going to be creating a dist folder and your minified code for your backend inside of it. So now the dist folder is being created. And there you go. So PM2 list. Oh yeah, so I think I've given in a wrong command. So PM2 start. All right, so now if you look at this output, right, you can see that the API has started and it's currently working, right? It's updated. Now, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be trying to access these APIs from the outside, right? So how do I do that? So let's just quickly go to the Chrome, and in the Chrome, I'll go to the EC2s, right? And then what I will do is like I'll just try to copy this particular address and we'll try to open this over here, right? So looks like the site can't be reached, and the reason why site can't be reached is because we had the application is running in port number 4000, and that particular port 4000 hasn't been given the permission to be accessed from the outside, right? So in order to do so, I'm going to be changing some of the security policies. So if you look over here, inbound rule, it says that 22, 443 and 80, we also need to allow port 4000 to get the access of it, right? So what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to be changing this particular rule. So let me click here, come here, let's click on the security group, and this particular security group, I'll update this edit inbound, and then add rule custom TCP. I'm going to be allowing port 4000 in it. Let's just save the rule and let me define it with any other network. Let's just save this. Please note that this particular address, like the source, you can actually define it so much so that you may be only able to access it from your system. So let's say if you define a particular IP, you'll only be able to access this from that particular IP. I've given a very generalized rule at this moment. The reason behind this is I want to access my APIs from the outside. But I would request you, whenever you upload or whenever you do a production release, please don't dilute your rules like these. These has to be as strict as can get, and your access must only be given to people who are needed and only on the need basis, right? So that's the idea. So now I'll go to the EC2, and here at the EC2, let's just go to that particular EC2 of ours again. Let's just copy this. Let's just copy this particular IP over here, and then let's just try to access this once again. Over here. Oh yeah, I think we will also have to open the firewall in the EC2. And after you open the firewall in the EC2, that's when I think that this particular port and the resource running behind this port will be accessible. So let me quickly take you to the EC2 once again. I think I've been logged out from the EC2. Let me do an SSH once again. Oh, looks like something is wrong with my internet. So let's just this internet connection be reinstated, restored, and I'll do that again. I think my connection is now reachable. So let me try that once again. And it takes a moment and it logs back in. Yeah, I can see that the EC2 is here. So let's see PM2 list. You can see that my API is running and its status is online. So I think this is good. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be changing the firewall settings such that it allows port 4000 to be accessed from the outside of the EC2. Right, so I'll have to run a few commands in order to do that. So what are the commands like sudo? Let's just see this inactive. Let me put this into perspective, and then so what I'm going to do the command in order to put the command to open the port with the firewall is sudo ufw allow 4000 and then sudo ufw enable. Let's say yes. Enable this, right? So let's just do the clear. And again, I'll take you back to the Chrome and let's just try to see if this is now accessible. It might take a moment to return, so let's just wait. You can see it's running, but I'll have to put a port as well right opposite to it, and let's see. Oh yeah, there you go. Now you can see that the NestJS application is being read and is available here. Now let me try to read the unauthenticated API was auth and then get students, I guess. Let's see if it is able to access the database, and the answer is yes, it is able to access. And let's see if it is able to let me go to the login, and there you go. So now you can see that all the EC2 APIs are precisely accessible. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to be replacing all these URLs of which are locally done for the local host to be pointing to the EC2s. And then from here onwards, what I'm going to do is whenever I make any change, I'll try to restart the EC2 and then I'll try to log in there and restart that backend server to get the changes replicated or reflected, right? So now I'll take you to the code. Please note that all these keys, public keys, private keys, and the other details that you are able to see on my screen, which are also very, very sensitive, please don't try to misuse these, because by the time you see this tutorial, most likely I would have removed all these keys already from my AWS account and as well as from the environment account locally. So please don't try to hack these. You please utilize your time for the better things and learning, right? So I'm trying to help you all, and don't try to kill my efforts and use it elsewhere, right? So I would say that use your energies in more productive ways rather than try to hack into my system and misusing my APIs, right? So I think I'm pretty much done here. So here I already have the URL available with me, right? So now let me just try to do this. And here I'll open the proxy file. So here the proxy file, you may notice that this is what we have been accessing all that while. So now let me replace that with the URL that I have. And let me try to start this. and let's see if this works. So I'll take you to the Chrome, and here the Chrome, let's just quickly give it a refresh and see where is this coming from. All right, so although it shows locally, but then I'm pretty sure it's essentially being transferred to the EC2 hosted URL. So let me give it a login, and yeah, I think I'm able to log in. Let's do this, and there you go. You can see that it's all essentially coming from the EC2 now. So we have successfully done until this step, right? So now next, what I'm going to do is like I'll just upload the UI of mine into the S3, and that S3 is something which I'll expose through CDN, and that CDN is something which is going to be essentially calling all the APIs that are hosted on EC2. Between EC2 and the CDN, I'm also going to be putting another thing, which is like if you come over here, you will notice that the CloudFront, and I'm going to be accessing all the APIs through Amazon Gateway, which is right here, right? So this is which we are going to be doing now. So now let's just start this with the S3, and we will gradually move here. So we are here. We have created Cognito user pool, identity provider, and now we are going to be putting the Angular app in S3, and at the same time we are going to be replacing, and we are going to be accessing this application using the AWS CloudFront. And also we are going to be actually putting the EC2 APIs behind the API Gateway, and we are going to be accessing these EC2 hosted APIs using the API Gateway, right? So these are the things that we're going to be doing this time around. So where we are, there are a few changes that we'll have to do, right? So in order to host this application here in the S3, we will have to make a few changes in the code, right? And that's one. Second thing is that we are also going to be creating some more infrastructure. So before I do anything more than that, I will actually have to log into my AWS account. And once I log into my AWS account, I think let's just land in here. So let me start all of these, but before that, let me also try to actually build this UI app, and let's see how we can put this actually into the S3 and CloudFront. So let me take you to the code, and here the code. Let me remove everything. I think this is the time for us to close this, do a clear, npm run, build. It'll take a moment and we'll create a build over here, and in which case it'll have all the build things available inside the browser. So I think that's done. And there's another thing that I want to look at is the URLs are correct or not. So in order to look at the URLs, what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly do a find inside the application of mine, and I'll see that in case if there's ever a local host used, let me replace it with something more. Let me replace it with the actual URL, right? So find in folders. There you go. So it looks like we have this localhost hard-coded here in the shared service and as well as in the navbar component. So that's something which you'll have to change. But then before that, let me try to create but I think I've replaced localhost with the actual API everywhere else, right? So like if you look at the configuration file over here, which is the proxy config, you may notice that it is all being replaced, and that's why it was working very healthily here in the localhost. But now I'm going to be actually putting this in behind the API gateway. So let me take you to my AWS console, and I'll try to put this behind the API gateway and see how it works. So here the Chrome, you notice that I have the API AWS account login already done. So you have like whatever access, whatever service of AWS you would access, it'll all appear here in the recently visited one. And I've been fiddling around all of these services lately, and that's why they all appear over here. So like if you start to do it with the S3 EC2, and only those would appear, and gradually this list will increase. So I think that's it. Here you can go to the API Gateway. There's another way to look at it, or there's another way to reach out to API Gateway, is to do a global search in the AWS console, which is over here. So you can see Gateway, and once you click on the API Gateway, you would actually land on the same place over here, right? So now I think what I can do is like I can delete the older ones. I don't think so I need them. Right, and I'm going to be creating a new one. So this time we are going to be making the HTTP API. The reason behind doing the HTTP API is that the API that we have posted in the EC2 are running in EC2, and then these are the APIs that we are trying to access. So that's why we need HTTP API, add integration, right? So API name, let's say dashboard APIs. Let's just create this. And once this gets created, I'm going to be creating the endpoint. Let's do auth login first. Right, next I'm going to be doing auth students. There's going to be a get as well. Let's just create this. I'll create another one, which is auth save a student. I think this has to be get. Let me save student has to be post. So let me correct this. Let me create another one. It's going to be auth get chart data, charts data, I guess. Let's create this. So we have done get student, we have done save student, we have done charts data. We have done, now this is time for us to do the token. Let's just put this, and it's going to be a post, and this will be auth token. This is for the token exchange essentially. And once you have all of these APIs created, or the placeholder created, you would actually have to do an integration with this, right? So let's do the integration, attachment or integration. So it's going to be HTTP URI. So we are doing save student. So let's do it this way. And please note, we have the EC2 available with us, and that's EC2 has exposed some of the APIs, right? So we had created the EC2 in the last tutorial, right? So what I'm going to do is like I'll just quickly sign back in, and then go to the EC2 and look at all the other endpoints that I have handy with me, right? So there are two instances running. So dashboard, I think this is the one that we have been working all that while. So let's just put this. So this is the public IP address. Let me put it this way. And port 4000. And this is going to be is done. Now let's do the get. It's going to be get, and that's going to be auth port 4000. Similarly, I'm going to be creating it for the remaining ones. Now let's do the login. This is the last, same process. Okay, so I think we have attached the APIs, EC2 APIs with these API Gateway, right? So let me go over here, and I think this is time for me to deploy, and I think I'll have to deploy this. I think I'll have to deploy each and every one of these. So if you come here and let me just do that again. So let's say if you try to deploy this, right, so you will have to basically select an stage, and so we really don't have the stage available with us. So let me put a dev. There's no variable that I wish to create, and this is a default, and this is a dev. So default, let's deploy everything into the default. I think the default is already available, right? And then this is the URL that we have. Let's just see if we can access it. Yep, it looks like we have it available, and I think we can close this and check with some of the get APIs as well. So let me copy this once again, put this here, and then I'm going to be doing guard get students. Yep, you can see that the API appears to be working, and I think I'm going to be replacing the URL of my local application with this and see if that works, right? So let me just copy this and take you to the code, and here is the code. I think I can simply get this replaced. With this, if I start my local host, all of these APIs would be served from the API gateway, right? And I think that's going to be it. So what else do I need? Okay, so here I was looking for the login. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, like, instead of this, I'm just going to be putting the URL as is, and this URL will be responsible to put the auth login. And similarly here, let me do it this way. I think I'm pretty much good. Now let me do a build once again. So close this. It'll take a moment, and then we will build the application. I think it has built the application and started the application once again. So I think by now we are good to deploy this in the S3 and expose this using the CloudFront, right? So now again, let me take you back to the Chrome, and we will go to the S3. So here is the bucket that I'm going to be creating. So let me remove everything else that I had in the past. So let me put it this way. I think I was trying and fiddling with some of the other go there again. S3. Yep. Looks like it's not gone yet. Let me delete this. Let me follow the instruction and quickly delete this bucket. I don't think so I need it. And there you go. So now we are done. What I'm going to do is like, I'm just going to be creating a new bucket, right? So it's going to be a general purpose bucket, and dashboard bucket is the name that I'm going to be giving it, right? So I'm going to be keeping all the options as is, except the fact that I'm going to be removing this particular thing. So in case if you want to block all the public access, this is where you will have to make a selection. In case if you don't, then this is what you will have to uncheck. And once you uncheck, this warning message would pop up, and that's something that you will have to check as well. So I think rest everything else I'll just leave default, and then I quickly create a bucket. So you take a moment and create a bucket, and there you go. So now we have a dashboard UI bucket, and I'm going to be uploading the files that I've recently created, right? So here is the dist which I recently built, right? So these are the one which I will have to create, and then add folders. I'm going to be adding all these folders as well. So you'll have to do it one by one. Upload. All the images. And now I'm going to be putting the last folder, which is of JS. Click upload, and then there you go. You will have to click and upload over here. Once all of these are succeeded, you will have this green color banner message at the top that all your files are being uploaded and updated correctly. So let's just close this and go back to the bucket. And if you click here, and then if you come here at the properties, right, let's just look if everything looks fine. Okay, and there is one thing that we will have to do. So whenever we are trying to access these objects, right, these are the objects. Firstly, we will try to access this from the browser ourselves. That's number one. Number two is that we are also going to be trying this from CloudFront, right? So by that, what I mean is that, see, currently S3 is, if you look at over here, it says that Asia Pacific Mumbai, right? So that means that it is situated here at the Asia Pacific Mumbai. In case if you want to upload your application to CDN, right? This is Content Delivery Network. It's a global network which is managed by AWS. So in case of a CDN, you will have to actually allow your dashboard UI bucket to be accessed by CloudFront as well, right? So in order to do this, you will have to actually have to provide some permissioning, right? So if you come here, this is a bucket policy, right? And then you will have to edit it. So you just click on the edit, and it takes you here. And then now I'm going to be putting some of the permissioning here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is like, I'll just quickly copy the permissions here. So I already have the permissions available with me, right? So in case of your bucket name, you will have to just put your name, which is dashboard UI bucket. And then just save this change, right? So now what happens is that after this particular access is given, you will be able to access your bucket, right, from the browser, right? So what you're going to do is like, just come over here and then look for the properties, and I think that somewhere you will have a URL as well. That URL you can simply type down in your browser and access this. So if you come here at index.html, this is the file that you just can click on it, and there you go. So now you can see that your application is actually accessible from the internet as well. So you can actually copy this URL and put it elsewhere, and then you would find that, you can actually access this. So it doesn't come like this. So you'll have to do it like index.html. Once you click on it, it appears like that. So currently it shows only the hard-coded data, right? Even if I do a refresh, I'm pretty sure all the API calls would fail because we have not really mapped those. So at least the first step towards this direction is successful. Right now we are going to be doing the other things. So in order to do the other things, as in like to expose these to the APIs and then put that in the CloudFront, that's what we're going to be doing. Right. So now again, let me take you back to the EC2. Let me take you back to the cloud login of mine. Right. So I'll go to the S3. Right. And please note that currently I've been accessing the S3 directly over the internet, but this is something that which we should not really do, right? So the right way to do is to basically get the access from CloudFront, right? So we'll have to change the policy. I don't wish to keep the policies too diluted so that anyone on the internet can access it. I want this to be accessed only through the CloudFront. So in order to do this, I'll have to change this policy once again. So I have the policy with me, right? So let me do it this way. And also I'm going to be copying a few parameters, like in this case, right? CloudFront user, CloudFront origin access identity, your CloudFront OA ID, your bucket name. So let me just copy this and come here. So if you come here, now I'm going to be creating a CloudFront. So you just have to click over here. I may already have a CloudFront. So this is for another application of mine. So, this is the AR and we are after, right? So what I'll do is like, I don't think so I need this. So I'll just simply disable this, or rather delete it. I think I can just leave this open. Let me create another distribution. The origin domain is going to be this. It's going to be public, redirect HTTP to HTTPS, and get head. I think that's good. And it is cache or caching optimized. That's something which is recommended for S3, and that's already being selected. So functional, and then batch. So I think I'll select this one because I don't think so. I'm going to be using it for all the alleged location, but that's something you can choose wisely, right? So I think I'll choose the default one, and I think I'll create a distribution. Now I'll quickly go to the origin, and if you come here and look at this one, right? So you would notice that it is currently, it may only allow some of these objects to be accessed, right? Okay, so it looks like it's currently being deployed. So let's just wait for 5-10 minutes, and once this is deployed, and then we'll try to put the same AR in there in the S3 bucket policy, and we'll see if that works. Looks like this is deployed. So let me just copy this once again and go here. Let me give this a go. Okay, looks like something is not right. I think I'll have to copy this once again. And oh yeah, your CloudFront OAI ID. So I think I can disable this for now. I don't think so that it's really going to be making any changes over here. Oh, it's going to be deploying once again. Okay, so now let me try this once again, and I'll do it this way. And I'll try to go to the distribution. Please understand that I've also added the API gateway over here. So what you can do is like, let me quickly delete this, and I'll show you how do you actually add it here. So you will have to create an origin, and then this is the API gateway origin that you will have to add, and you just need to click on create origin, and then this origin would be listed over here. Okay, now we'll go to the ARN, and it's going to be taking a moment until it deploys. And then we are going to be actually making use of the OAI ID, which is this one. So let me just copy this, come here, and then put it over here. I think save changes. Looks like something is not right again. So let me copy this fully and come here. Invalid principal in policy. Looks like something is not right. All right, so it looks like I was looking at incorrect policies over here, and that's the reason why it was not working. So I've corrected the policy, the statement like that. So you see the SID is allow CloudFront access. And if you come down here, you have a clear principle defined, and the condition is the AWS ARN is given like this, right? So AWS ARN is simply something given over here. So if you come over here in the distribution side of your S3 or your AWS account, you would notice that. So in my case, I had one created yesterday, and today I've created another one for this application purpose. So I've just copied this and I put this over here. So this is the ARN that we'll have to replace, and here's the dashboard bucket UI, which is the bucket name over here. Okay, so I'm just going to be quickly giving it a save, and once this is done, and I think this is also deployed, so what I'm going to do is, like, I'll just quickly try to open this URL and let's see if that works, right? So I'll just open it here. It's fine, and let's see. Next.html looks like something is not right, so let me just quickly go back to ARN and look at the origin. I think the origin is also correctly defined here, and general purpose, this is the ID. Let me quickly give this a go. Yep, this is right. And permissions, let me come here and give it, look at the permissions. So I think this is being turned off. You go down. Yep, this looks good. Okay, so there is a bit of a change that I've done. Okay, so if you come here in the AWS CloudFront, and the problem which we were facing earlier was that we were not able to access the CloudFront S3 URL openly, right? So in order to get this accessed, I changed a few things. So if you go to the CloudFront, and this is the distribution that we have been using, the one on the top, right? And then after this, origins. And if you click on the origins, I'm going to be clicking on the S3 and click on edit. And once you click on edit, you get to see all these options. So earlier the origin access was public, and that I made to origin access control settings recommended, right? And origin access control was given to S3 after creating a new OAC ID. So you click here, and then you get an option to write down the OAC ID, and that's what essentially I've created, right? So after this was done, I just click on save changes, and this was saved. So after this got saved, so I'll go here again and I'll copy this and I'll try to access that once again. So let me just put this right here, and then I'm going to be doing the index.html, and there you go. You can also see that the APIs are also working very well. So if you come here and you look at the network and do a refresh, you would notice that the APIs, oh my bad, so it's index.html, and let me click on this. You can see that the get API, and this is actually calling the exact API which is hosted in the EC2 environment of ours, right? So now what I'm going to do is, like, I'll just really do a login. So let's see if that login works. Yep, I think login also works pretty well, and let's see if all the other settings are correct. it is redirecting it to localhost. Oh yeah. Okay, so I think I know what's the problem. So now there's another change that we'll have to do. So I'll take you here and let's go to the Cognito. And here at the Cognito, I'll click on the user pool, right? And this is good. I click on the app clients, Angular dashboard, and login pages. So this is the problem that we've been facing, right? So what I've done is the allowed callback is given to localhost 4200 hello, and that's the reason why it made up like this. So let me quickly edit. And what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to be doing it this way, right? So this is going to be, let me go to the CloudFront, and here's the CloudFront. Here are the CloudFront. Let me open that. Get this, copy this here. Let me put this right here, and then it's going to be hello. So this redirect has to be done. So let me come here and do a save change. There's another thing that we will have to do, which is basically to change that in the code. So if you go here in the code and if we try to open .env file in the backend, you may notice that the callback URL is given like this, right? So I think we'll have to change this, right? And it's going to be hello. Right, but then I think that we'll have to make a few more changes in the CloudFront setting, because we want this URL to be returned to our CloudFront URL, and our CloudFront must be able to take care of the hello component, right? So let's just do that setting. So in order to do this, I'll take you back to the Chrome, and let's open this. Right, so we are here at the distribution, and now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be clicking on edit. So in order to fix that particular problem where we are by default, we will, we don't have to provide index.html. So you will have to come here to your distribution ID and edit settings. And here are the default root object. I'll provide index.html and save changes. And once the application is deployed, it'll take a moment, and then we'll be able to access the application without having to write index.html in the end, right? So let's just wait for this to be deployed, and we'll try to test its URL. Okay, so let's just quickly go here and do a refresh, and there you go. So now you can see that it has come up pretty well, and let me quickly do a login. Yep, and the login, it actually redirects me to localhost 4200, and I think we'll have to fix this. So in order to fix this, let me quickly take you back to the code, and here's the code. I'm going to be building this application, or rather committing all the changes that I've made in my backend application. In order to get this URL thing corrected, yes, I'll just quickly show you once again. Dashboard Nest API. I think env file is what I've done, right? So okay, so what I would do is I'll just have to open that in my terminal, right? And I'll quickly copy the EC2 IP address through which I'm going to be logging in. Let me quickly copy that. So I'll show you where you can copy this from, right? So here you just go to the EC2, come to the dashboard. You have two instances running. Let's see which one is started yesterday. I think it was dashboard YouTube, this one, right? So let me click here, and there's the public IP, and then let me go to the test. Sorry, I think I'll have to write down the right command. And the command goes ssh-i and then ubuntu at the rate of the IP address. Cancel this. I don't think so. I need it. So please note that I had already copied the PEM file last time when I was opening this from my local host. So I just have to make use of the same PEM file in order to access the EC2. And then what I'm going to do is I'll just stop the backend server in the EC2, and then I'll restart after pulling the data and building it, right? So let me quickly log in. sh-I, and my PEM file was dashboard youtube.pem, and then I'm going to be doing Ubuntu at the rate of the IP address. The IP address we had already copied before, so let me write it down here and then press enter. It takes a moment and then logs in into the Ubuntu, and after that we'll try to pull this recent code change, or basically edit the env file inside of a folder, and then we will try to run this again. So we'll just wait for a minute until this gets this gets slid in. I think something is not right with this, so I'll quickly go to the Chrome. There is another way also. Actually, if you look at EC2, right, so currently it is assigned as public IPv4 address. However, if we want, we can assign a permanent address. Normally, EC2s, whenever they are restarted, they tend to lose their IP address. The reason behind this is that this is something which is dynamically allocated to them. So in case if you want to have a fixed IP address, there is a way to assign it, and that's called elastic IP. So let's just create an elastic IPv4 address and allocate. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be putting this ID against I'm going to be putting this IP against the EC2 of mine, right? So I will have to actually allocate this. So associate elective for ID, and there's going to be dashboard 4. It looks like 172.31.5.90. Elastic IP address to be reassociated. Well, I don't think so. I need this, so I'll just associate it right now. And I think this looks good. Let me go to the EC2s very quickly and give it a refresh probably. I think that's the one, elastic IP address scoped, right? So I'm just going to be copying this, and let's see if I'm now able to access this. So I'll go to the test, and the same one, I think there is some change. It's gonna be 109.77.54. I hope it doesn't time out this time around. All right, so it looks like there was something wrong with my EC2, right? And so I'll quickly take you to the terminal, or to the console once again. And what I've essentially done is that I've started a new EC2 instance. So now you can see that this is the EC2 instance which I've started. So I'm going to be copying the username or the IPv4 address for this particular EC2. I'm going to take you to the test. Please understand that for this particular EC2, I have assigned the PAM key as the older one, which is dashboard YouTube, that I've created yesterday, or in the previous tutorial you might have seen. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to be typing this particular command, in which case I'm going to be SSH into this particular IP address, and the username is Ubuntu. And look, if you look here carefully, it's going to be the dashboard youtube.pem, right? So let me just press enter, and there you go. Now you can see that we have successfully been logged in into the new EC2 that I've just recently created. So since I've created a new EC2, so what we really need to do next is that we also need to assign this particular EC2 into the API gateway of ours, right? And or probably I will try to give it elastic or elastic IP, the static IP precisely, and that's which I will assign to in case if I'm working with multiple EC2. So this is the problem which I've highlighted a moment ago, in which case I said that if you have multiple EC2s and if you assign multiple EC2s and if you change your IPs very frequently, so this particular thing would really create a trouble, as in that you would not be able to actually assign those EC2s different IDs in your gateway. So you'll have to arrange that mechanism also somehow. So that's the reason why elastic IP comes into play, and this static IP is essentially whenever you boot up a new EC2, you just need to assign that particular IP or public IP to that particular EC2, and once you have that secure, you can then use it statically across. So later on, even if you try to change multiple EC2s and if you change from EC2 to something else, it is not really going to be affecting the API gateway. Everything else, every other infrastructure of yours would remain more or less same. Okay, so now we have done it. So next what I'm going to do is I'm also need to have I think yesterday I think I've told you this already, that in case if you want to take a checkout of your code, right, you will have to have the key, the secret key, which is something that we have generated in this tutorial a few episodes ago. So, or otherwise, let me quickly show you what I mean, right? So please understand that this key is also going to be something which I'll not use again. I'll delete it right after I release this particular tutorial. So please don't try to hack into my system. It's going to be all futile, because none of these key would work. The moment you see this tutorial, I would have already removed all of these keys and secrets from my code base and from my cloud, right? So don't try to do this. Rather try to utilize your energies in a more useful ways, right? So in order to generate the key, again, I'll quickly show you what I mean. So here, if you come to these settings and right at the bottom, you have developer setting. And in the developer setting, if you come over here, you can see that there are multiple access tokens available, right? So I'm going to be creating another token over here. So I think I can delete these two, right? So I don't think so I need them, right? So I'll generate another one. So it's going to be a classic, and let me put the password and click on confirm. Note, let's say EC2 dashboard app. I'm going to be giving all the access over here, and I think I'll just give this, and let me copy this. Now I'm going to be taking you to this one, and I'm going to be basically cloning into my GitHub repository. So git clone this one, and it's going to be asking the username deepak14, and I think I've copied the key in the previous step, so I'm just going to be putting that particular key. Please understand, your password will not work in such cases. So because in the GitHub policies, the password cannot be used for HTTPS cloning, right? So this is something that was changed in 2021, and that's something we all will have to abide by, right? So since I've checked in to this, and I've also created this EC2 newly, so I'll have to actually install and update this EC2 also before I do anything inside my EC2, right? So let me run a few commands. So in order to run those few commands, I'll quickly tell you that although this is something which we have already covered in the previous tutorial, but I'm going to give you a quick check once again. So the idea behind this is that once you have your Ubuntu available, you need to have all of these softwares and dependencies available in the system, which are up to date with the latest one, the greatest version of it, on precisely the version that you're running in. Okay, so in order to have those versions handy, and in order to have those versions working properly in your system, you will have to run or install a few dependencies. So in order to run and install those dependencies, you will have to run a few commands. So those commands are essentially going to be around how these dependencies are installed. We are also going to be installing PM2 globally, and then we are also going to be updating the EC2, right? So let me quickly run those commands here on this console, and you can just follow along in case if you have missed out previously, right? So now let me run my first command, which is going to be sudo yum update, and the I'm sorry, it's going to be apt. So sudo, I mean, like yum is available for other versions of EC2, which are essentially Amazon Linux, RHEL, or CentOS. But in case of Ubuntu or Debian, you will have to actually run sudo apt update -y. So -y is essentially a flag, which means that any other warning or anything that comes, and the default option to all of those warning and questions has to be y, meaning yes. Right. So once this is done, I'm also going to be upgrading the packages. So the next command I need to run is this. It'll take a moment and install this. And now I'm going to be installing Git. I think we're good. Next, we're going to be installing the Node.js for my Ubuntu. So let's just run this as well. Let me see what version has come in. It's 18. 10. I think that should be fine. Although we were working with 22 earlier, but I didn't think so that 18 would create any trouble, because I don't think so that, or if it does, we will try to upgrade this to 20. But then let's just go ahead with this. So I'm going to be running a few more commands. Let me run those, and these are essentially to update the rules. And let me put y, and I think that's, and let me enable the firewall as well. And let me say y. I think next what I'm going to do is, like, I also need to enable port 4000, right? So I'll have to make that firewall change as well. So let me do that as well right away. So let me run these commands very quickly. And I think we are pretty much good. Now let me get inside the API, and then let me run it as a root. Takes a moment to start the APIs, and then after the APIs are started, and npm run start. Let's see if this works. I think I'll have to put the environment settings as well, right? Yep. So vi.env, all this setting we will have to do again. So the reason behind this is that our EC2 started to, like, somehow it stopped working all of a sudden, right? And that's where we hit a roadblock, and then we'll now have to fix it by providing all this in configuration once again. :wq cat.env. I think we are good as well. So let's just clear this. Let me build this. npm run build. It's going to be running the build in the system, and then as a result it'll also create the dist folder. So you can see that the dist folder is now available, right? It's right here. And now I'm going to be running the dist folder. So pm2 start dist /main.js. Let's see, pm2 list, and I think it's running the app successfully, right? And I think we are pretty much good. So now let me do PM to save and PM to. So what it would do is, like, whenever our system is started, the application will be automatically booted, right? So that's the benefit of having a PM2, right? I think we are more or less done here. And then next I'm going to be doing is that I'm just going to be checking if this particular APIs are accessible from the outside of the EC2, right? So now I'll quickly take you to the Chrome, and here the Chrome, I'll take you back to the CloudFront, or rather the EC2, and let me quickly give it a refresh. And once this is done, let's just see if the policies and security is well configured. So I'm going to be changing the inbound rule and add another rule. Custom IP port range is going to be 4000, and it's going to be any traffic around it. Save rules, and I think we are done. Now let me see if we can access this particular thing. It's an EC2, and then the reverse instance running, which is this one. And security, now you can see that the port is available for access. Go here, instance ID, open address. So let's just see if we are able to access this. Let me open this, and here 4000, and there you go. You can see that the NestJS application is running. So let's just close this. Again, I'll take you back to the EC2 of mine, and this time I'm going to be assigning it the Elastic IP, and that's the IP which I will use or replace in my AWS API Gateway, right? So what I'm going to do is, like, I'll just go to the Elastic IP. Dashboard. I think I have 3 instances. I'll have to release this particular Elastic IP from here. So I think this one over here. So let's just refresh this. Once this gets terminated, and I'm pretty sure it'll release the Elastic IP as well, and that IP will be assigned to this one. Terminated, and let's just refresh this. Yep. And then let me come here at the security, or rather the Elastic IP. So Elastic IP. I think we're done. And then let's go to the dashboard. We just have one instance running. Let's just see if this is associated, and there you go. Right, so now you can see that the IP is available for use. So now let me come here and put this here, port 4000, and let's see if that works. Yep, it's associated properly. So now again, I'll go here, and then what I'm going to do next is that I'm also going to be going to the API gateways, because that's where I've done this mapping of assigning my APIs these addresses, right? So let's just click configure, and here you have those, right? So let's just delete this, rather edit this, and let me put these IPs here. Save. Let me do it for all of these. Let me do this here as well. So now let me just quickly copy this CloudFront ID over here and just press enter, and there you go. Looks like the API is also working. So let me click here on the network. I think that's fine. Let me click on the login. Takes me here. Login. I'll put in the password. Password is fine as well. Access denied. Yep, I think we will fix this. So what we next really need to do is that provide this particular the query parameter from the CloudFront, right? So we'll quickly go to the CloudFront. So you may see, please understand that all these errors, all these files, right, we're facing some error and then we'll try to rectify it. There is a reason behind doing so, right? The reason is that in case if you don't really see the error, you would not be able to debug it properly or to understand it properly, right? So the problem that we are facing right now is that when your when your application is returning back to hello with a code and it has a query parameter, and query parameter is not really allowed here in case of your CloudFront, right? And that's the reason why it's being blocked. So what we really need to do is to basically allow this particular question mark and other things to work here in our application. We will have to do some settings in the CloudFront as well, and that's what we are after right now. Right, so how we allow query string is that by clicking on here. So you may notice that we have defined these two parameters so far, right? So let's just define another one. So in this case, what we really need is that the cache key and origin request, right? So in this case, we will have to create a policy in which case the query strings are allowed, right? So let me click on here. Let's just say allowed description. I don't think so we need that. Query string all. I think that's pretty much it. Let's just create this query string allowed. Right now what we need to do is to go back here, and if you click over here, let's just refresh this. Query string allowed is available here. Let's just create this behavior. HTTP to HTTPS. This is for my S3, right? And we will have to put this here, caching optimized, query string allowed, and create behavior. I think it should get created now. Let me try with this star and let's see if this works. Yep. So I think this should be good. Now let me try that once again, and I hope this time it works. So let's just sign in as Deepak Jha. Okay, looks like something is not right still. Forbidden. Or let me try to do that once again. Here you have this. You click on login, access denied. Okay. Oh yeah, it's being deployed at this moment. So let's just wait until this gets deployed and then we will try that again. All right, so there are a few changes that I have made in my S3 bucket. So if I quickly go here and go to the properties, so please note that you will actually have to enable S3 static website hosting over here, and then also you will have to click hosting type as bucket hosting, or probably I can just quickly go over here and I'll show you what it means. So once you do the enable, it'll ask you to write down the index document and error document. In both cases I have given index.html only, right? So all you need to do is just save changes, and once you come here in the permission, what I've done is that I've reverted permissions to globally, such that anyone over the internet can access the S3. And I think these are the two changes which I have done here. And then if you quickly go to the CloudFront, right? So here in the CloudFront, I've let the CloudFront be loaded, and I have given the security and other things are absolutely identical to before. It's just that here, if you click over onto the S3 and if you click on edit, so please note that this needs to be right. So you will have to select this HTTP port, and origin path is something which is optional. You just need to select this, right? So once you do this, I think that's pretty much it. You just have to click on the save, the origin related details you will have to change over here. So once you do this, this is going to be good enough. So I'm just going to be copying this URL here, and then I'm just going to be pasting it here, although I have tested this bit already. So now if you look at here on my UI application, so what I can do is, like, I can just quickly go here and click on login, and since I have already been logged in, and that's the reason it is not letting me do so, but then let me quickly do a refresh, hard refresh rather. Right, so let me just log this, or let me put out the logout feature as well in the application. So I'll quickly take you here, and what I'm going to do is, like, I'm just going to be closing down everything. I don't think so I would need anything more than that. My backend code is pretty much completed. I don't think so I would need any more details to be added here in my backend API. Right, the UI code is I think where we would need a little more massage. So if you come here, let me search for the login button, and then I'm just going to be putting the logout over there. Right, so login, shared service login, or login, these are the places. Right, and I think I can put a on logout as well. So there's going to be a nav bar. And for the logout, I'll quickly copy the logout URL. So in order to copy the logout URL, what I'm going to do is, like, I'll just take you back to the Chrome, and I'll take you to the Cognito. So where is the Cognito? Here is the Cognito, right? And then let me quickly copy, or let me click on the app clients. And here, once I click on the app clients, I can click on the Node.js, and I think the logout URL would be somewhere around here. There you go. Here is the logout URL. All I can do is just copy this and then put it here in my code. I don't think so I need this, so I'm going to be removing this. Let me save this, and here on the nav bar, what I would do is, like, I'll just put a condition here, right? So let's say if in case if user is already logged in, it's going to be displaying the login, it's going to be displaying the logout, and I'll just write down on logout. I think that's pretty much it. And here the nav bar component, what I'm going to do is, like, I'll just quickly check how the user is logged in. So you come here, I think what you need is check login. I'm going to be writing this. And this is going to be if storage dot get item token. So this is going to be returning true. And in case if it is not, so it's going to be returning false. Let me just save this, click login. I think that's pretty much it. So login and logout. And in case if somebody clicks on logout, I also want to delete all my session storage and local storage. Although I could just write session storage clear and that should do, but I'm just going to be putting these two first, right? So let me put them here and here, and I think that's good. Now let me check if that works. So here, oh yeah, I think I'll have to put this into the S3 bucket. So let me just quickly build this code as well. I think this should work, or probably we can try that locally. Let me see. Localhost 4200. Looks like something is not right. All code paths returns a value. So let me take you to the Chrome, and looks like something is not right. And I think I know the problem. I don't think so. We will have to write it down like this. So just press enter, and okay, looks like some console error as well. So nav component liul. I think something is not right. Yep, and I think we are sorted. So now let me take you to the Chrome, and here the Chrome, and there you go. Right, so let me just see. Yep, it comes the logout. And if I click back, I think yeah, I think it has cleared it already. Right, and then let's just go back to code once again, and here the code, see what's wrong. Yep, so it's gonna be returning false. And I think I'll have to put it this way. And let's see the Chrome now. Login, that's right. Let me quickly do a login, and it's going to be redirecting it to a different place, but but at least that'll prove my point. And there you go. Yep, we'll put the, because it's going to be redirecting it to the CloudFront URL, but then since we already have logged in, we have already made the local code change. So I'll put this particular local code in the S3 bucket, and let's try to run this once again, and we'll see how it works. Okay, so let me take you to the code, and here the code. I think I've written the if else properly. I don't think so I need this debugger statement anymore, so I'll just quickly remove this and save this. npm run build, and it's going to be building the application. All right, I think that the application has been built properly. So now let me take you to the Chrome, and here the Chrome, I'm going to be opening my S3 once again. So here is the S3. I currently only have one bucket with me, so I'm just going to be, rather I'll delete these first and then I'll open them. So let me do this. Delete objects, close, and let me upload it very quickly. So let me add the folders first. Load. I think I have all of those. Now I'm going to be adding all the remaining files. So these are the files that I need to upload. Open files. So let me quickly cross check. I don't think so I've uploaded the index file. So now let me add that file as well. So here is the index file. Let me click on upload, and it takes a moment and it uploads everything here. So I think we are fine here. Now let me go back to the S3 and yep, that looks good. I might have to disable the or rather invalidate the CloudFront, but let me see if that works without having to change anything around it, right? So let me go to the CloudFront and copy this URL very quickly. So this is the application, or probably let me invalidate it, right? So create invalidation. Please understand that this invalidation is just to kill all the caches stored in the CDN, right? So it's important whenever you are doing any static file change, it's better you do that invalidation, because otherwise you would see that the same assets are being rendered even though you have uploaded a new assets and things, right? So once this invalidation request completes, so it's going to be taking a few minutes. So once this is in progress, we can just wait. I'll go to the general, just copy this URL, and let's just wait for this to finish. Yep, it has completed. Now let me take you here and let me put this right here. Yep, so CloudFront works. And let's see, this is a login. Yep, you can see that now the logout button has also appeared. So let's go back. I think, yep, you can see that the login button appears here. So that's pretty much it, ladies and gentlemen. So now we have completed all the tutorial and all the aspects to it, right? So I'm just going to be creating a sample page or sample record, and then we'll test if the database is getting updated by the record update that we do over here. And then we'll also see that if the same record is being rendered over here and refresh, right? But before that, let me quickly go to the application and go here. The session is storage. Looks like something is not right, so I'll have to log in once again. I think now we have been logged in correctly. So let's say testing, age 1 to 3, country India, email Deepak, department, ops, status, active, and let me put 17th of March. And once I submit, I'll notice what really happens here. So let me clear everything out, and it takes a moment. And if I come here in the headers, you can see that it has attached the bearer token. So the application or the backend of ours will really read this value and allow all the update to happen, and that's why it has written 201, right? So which means that it has been created. Now let me take you to the distribution, or rather the cloud, and here I'm going to be opening the DynamoDB, and then let's just look at all the tables here. And students is the table that we have recently updated. So explore table items, and there you go. You can see that this particular record was created from the application. And now let's go back to the application once again. So now you can see that 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, there are 8 number of records in total, right? 1 to 7, or rather 7 number of record in total right here. So I'm just going to be refreshing this page, and we'll see if the 8th record that we have just recently created with the name testing appears or not, right? And there you go. You can see that the 8th record also appears here properly. So there are a few edges that you will have to find you, which is like once you save the record, and then once you save the record, the form must be cleared and a message must pop up in the over here. And then right? So user must be notified that something has been saved and the form must be cleared, and at the same time the refresh must happen. So I'm just opening this up for you all. So those developers who want to learn along and those who wanted to follow along and do this bit along with me, you're most welcome to write this logic and create a PR, and I'm going to be approving that PR, whoever does it first and right. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'll quickly give you a recap of what we have done. So let me log into my Miro account once again. All right, so now if you come here, you would notice that we have created our NestJS application, and along with that, we have also created a DynamoDB based application, right? So DynamoDB was a database that we have used. We've created a few tables over there. We exposed these APIs which are hosted in EC2 using the AWS Gateway, and this AWS Gateway was then being set up here in the AWS CloudFront, where we gave a particular URL matching for this API gateway to work. So we saw that when your API ends with /auth/star, so you basically use to redirect to the API gateway, although the URL for the backend and frontend remains same for the browser, but then this redirection logic was written here with the help of AWS CloudFront and AWS API Gateway. Right. Earlier to that, we had also created a Cognito user pool and identity pool, and using which we were able to basically log in to the system. And then we also saw that if the auth code was not available, we were not able to log in. And once the auth code was available, we were able to log in and also look at the CS classified data, right? And then we were also able to make update into the table. So if I go here on the same page, if I click here on the charts, you can see that the charts, this particular get API was also something which was behind the proxy wall, and that's why you see that it appears properly here. So you can see that all of this data appears nicely and neatly. So if you click on it, and you can also look at preview of this data, and then we had also written the marshalling, or we had also written the save logic for this, like how to parse this particular data and look at these charts. We also have done some cleanup bit, and then now I can say that we have basically created an end-to-end application. We started with Angular 19, and then landed to NestJS API creation, and then we deployed both backend and frontend into the AWS cloud. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And if you are liking my work, please don't forget to subscribe to my channel. Also hit the bell icon in case if I post a new video, you would be notified. If there is anything particular you want to know more about it in detail, please do write down in the comment section below, and I'll be more than happy to create those tutorials around it. But I think I'm pretty much done with this, and I'm going to be wrapping this up today. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. And there is a last information, or there is the last thing that I want to tell you, is that please don't try to hack your ways into my AWS account, because right after this call, right after this recording, I'm going to be disconnecting, and I'm going to be deleting all the API keys and all the keys that you've been seeing all that while on my GitHub or on my AWS account. I'm going to be deleting all of them, and I'm not going to be making use of them ever again. So don't try to hack into this, because you're just going to be wasting your time. I would still request you to use your energy to more practical and useful ways. Please don't try to please don't try to hack into my account and try to do things which are not really going to be very useful to you. So use your efforts in more practical and helpful way. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be wrapping this up now, and you are most welcome to create a PR. In that PR, I would look for if somebody could clear this form and then refresh this particular table, as we had seen just a moment ago. If somebody could do it, great. Otherwise, I will probably do it sometime in future, and I'll post the backend and the front end into my GitHub account, and you are most welcome to access it if you want them. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm going to be seeing you in the next tutorial in the next series, which I'll again create from scratch and try to make it end to end, starting from the UI to the backend, and then we'll also try to deploy the same application in AWS. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be seeing you in the next one. Bye-bye.